in disease and any problem. The Nabateans also give goods and give some practice for these goods. Nabateans is not just for just doctors or just a medical Bedouin. So it's we have trade network. Uh, this trade network is also uh, using for pharmacology around the road in Levant, Egypt, Mediterranean, Arabia, Syria, Iraq. Nabateans also distribution our their medical practice for this civilization, cultural exchange, accelerated medical knowledge, and diffusions. Also, archaeological and empirical evidence that they also instrument recording in the Petra tombs, rock cut inscriptions, reflections, healing raw, or recite analysis of amphora indicate herbal preparation in the Nabateans is very popular using amphora. Amphora is the piece using for pot all of this medical herbal in it through it. Finally, Nabateans healthcare blend environmental trade and belief, advanced water treatment, water hygiene, engineering support, public health in the city, and their pharmacological network shaped regional medical and the Nabateans and Bedouin they have the same uh, medical techniques. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move over to the chats now. Let me confirm we have questions. Okay, please, if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat wherever you're watching from. Um, okay, considering how long ago the Nabateans lived, do you think their medical practices could still inspire how we think about health today?
Yeah, because as I tell you, Nabateans is living in difficult place. If you are you visit Petra before?
Yes.
Okay, how you to see the city?
I
Is
didn't
it
get
not?
you.
Sorry,
I didn't get what you said.
I ask you, are you visit Petra before?
No, I haven't.
Okay. If you visit Petra, that means you can understand what I mean. Petra is very difficult city. It's not as any city around the world. It's between that. That means we must be Nabateans take or take many the process for help other or ourselves and help our their people live in this city. How can water system work? How can using let's say produced food? How can everything, because the dry environmental and the city location of the city is very difficult, and they okay, Petra, it's color rock, it's city of the rose carved in the rock. That means we need use plant around the city, near the city, to help the people, injured people, or medical process.
Okay. Thank you. It's clearer now. Um, Okay, we have a comment in the chat. It doesn't look like a question. Say, I wonder if those reservoirs for storage of collected rainwater were prone to bacterial contamination and maybe algae and the likes.
Okay. They use bronze for the reservoir. They cover the reservoir using bronze pipes. This bronze pipe is help for algae, for any pollution inside the water.
Okay. Okay.
Or somewhere we use clay also for cover the pipe.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we have another question. You say, are there particular meanings for the color of the minerals used, such as pink or red?
Yeah, it's a deformation in the petra. They're using color of the rock for healing because the rock is introduce radiation. This radiation can change the any bad effects, bad let's say bad emotion, and the healing the people who stay in the room. That's This room is made from rock with different color to as a hospital room. That's mean.
Okay, all right. So I think one last question. Um, do you think living in the deserts or around the desert played a big role as to how they handled health issues? Could it have been the same if it were somewhere else?
No, no, because if you live in the desert, you must be live in a very complicated place, a very complicated environmental. But when we live in the let's say wadi, let's say mountain, it's different because it's easy. It is we can find anything around around you. But in the desert, the water, the water is difficult, eating is difficult. Things.
All right. Okay. I think that's all the questions we have for now, for today. Thank you so much again, Allah, for sharing your work with us. It was really interesting to learn how the Nabateans dealt with health and medicine in the desert and how their practices give us so much to think about today. We're so glad you could join us. Thank you. We wish you a great day. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, so all right, Julie's here. Thank you, Julie, for joining us. I'm going to be handing over now.
Thank you so much, Esther. You've done a fabulous job. Thank you for getting us through some technical difficulties. It's always a
Thank,
challenge to get these online conferences started. So everybody, please thank Esther for her wonderful turn as our live moderator for this conference. We really sincerely appreciate you.
thank you so much, Julie.
So, hi everybody. I'm Julie Levy. I am the managing director here at SASA, and I am going to be hosting for the rest of the afternoon today. So, thanks very much for joining us. We love to have you here. We hope you are all having a wonderful time. Um, so just as a reminder, what's coming up next in the schedule, we are going to have a short SASA team presentation, and then we will be moving at about 1 into our first special session. If you are going to be joining us for the special session, you should have received a link. Please do join a couple minutes ahead of 1 o'clock, and you'll be let in as soon as we get started and get the discussion moving. We will also be looking at chat for questions during that time, so don't worry if you aren't joining us in Zoom, that is also fine. So Without further ado, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Martina Diepenbroek, who is a longtime SASA member. She has been running our executive team and our creative team, doing a lot of the behind the scenes work at SASA to keep things running. A real solid foundation upon which so much of our public facing work has rested for several years now. Everybody, please welcome Martina and take a listen to what she has to say if you are interested in what is going on in the background that makes SASA work.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie, for that very kind introduction. Let me just share the screen. I have a short presentation and I will show you a few things about, to tell you more about what we do behind the scenes. So let me just do it this way. I hope it's all visible. Can someone just confirm, please?
Yes, I can see that.
Perfect. Thanks so much. My name is Martina. I'm a postdoc in classics at University of Johannesburg, so I am in South Africa at the moment. But I come from the Netherlands and I go a bit back and forth between the two countries sometimes. I've been with SASA for, I think, like 2.5 years or so now. At some point I saw an advert, a message saying they were looking for new volunteers. And because I have a background in classics and ancient studies, I thought it would be nice to do some volunteering for an organization that, promotes to save ancient studies. Because back then, a couple of years back, I could already see that there was so much going on in humanities with classics departments becoming smaller and very many people actually not knowing much about what I do, what my background and my studies are. And those were some of the reasons that made me decide to join SASA as a volunteer. And I first started as a volunteer, and over time I took over some more things, and now I run the creative and executive team. And like Julie said, we do most of the behind the scenes work. For example, a lot of work for this conference, a lot of things that are going on here at the moment. We've been working on a lot of preparations, but we do other things as well. And in the next 15 minutes or so, I would just like to share a few things about what we do behind the scenes to give you an idea of how much is actually going on behind the scenes in this organization. So let's have a short look behind the scenes at SASA. So creative and executive team, there is some overlap. Both teams do a lot of behind the scenes work. Creative team mainly looks at designing, making designs for the website and such. And then there is executive team who is more into administration, but also things like website development. I'm sure some of you here in the audience have looked at the SASA website, but of course this website also has to be updated from time to time. So what you see here is a screenshot of the sort of background, the sort of behind the scenes page of the website looks like. We use a website editor known as Wix. You might know others like WordPress and such. We use Wix. I've been using it for some time now here with SASA. I've also given some classes from time to time for new interns and volunteers coming in to show how to use the program so that everyone is up to date and knows how to run and update the website. Because there is so much going on, like you see with the virtual conference, an entire new web page had to be designed for that. First, already for a call for papers to look for interested speakers and such, and people who wanted to participate in other ways. So for that, we even had to introduce and create entire new pages. But there is news from time to time that has to be updated, of course. SASA runs a number of projects. I'll show a few things that we work on as a team as well. And resources. And there were live events like this one. There was a bazaar. So many things going on, and in all those parts, we do a lot of behind the scenes work to make sure that everything runs smoothly. How it works in terms of what we exactly do is that many of the other teams come to us with requests, and it can be anything from please create a web page for the virtual conference to new resources that need to be added to the website, videos, materials for, say, audio gaming, and live events, and Inspire, and the Inspire campaign. So very many things going on behind the scenes. I will show you a few. Every year we create an annual report. SASA is a registered charity, so every year we need to create an actual report for major donors, for fundraising, for grant applications and such. And that report isn't just a Word document or Excel or however you want to see it with some information and some data written down just from top to bottom. But we create entire reports. We have designers on the team who actually work on creating all these reports. Here you can see a couple from the previous years. We are currently finalizing the one from 2024, so from last year. And as you see, the designs have changed a bit over time as well, because the designers develop their work and new volunteers and new interests come in from time to time to join us, and they then again bring in their new views and designs and ideas. A lot of designing also goes on at the moment for the bazaar. SASA has a bazaar that is linked to a shop that can sell all sorts of items like stickers, hoodies, buttons, t-shirts, brochures, etc. These designs, these bazaar items have been there for some time. So a couple of the designers are currently working on new designs for these bazaar items. So hopefully in a while when you check back into the SASA bazaar, then you shall see that a number of things here are updated, and then you can maybe get a sticker of, say, a Trojan horse or any of the other new designs that are currently being implemented. A lot of administration also goes on behind the scenes. And yes, from time to time, I do feel like these two ladies, it feels like there are so many things going on with many requests coming in from the various teams. But we're managing well. I have quite a large team for administration-related tasks as well at the moment. So whenever tasks come in, I ask anyone who might be free to help with anything from writing text for newsletters to creating brochures to cleaning out folders and such, because from time to time very many loads of folders and files and such also get piled up. It's like if you would have your own archive, after some time you need to clear it out. So that is also what we do, making sure that we keep everything up to date. So yeah, a lot of administration and HR related tasks as well. Cleaning up archives, a very big job that's going on at the moment, is clearing out a fairly large archive to make sure, as I said, that everything is up to date and that everyone can easily find all folders and files back again. What we also do related to these tasks is providing instructions and guidelines for the other teams in terms of what software we use, say how to use Wix for the website, how to use the Google Drive, how to find files and folders and such. So a number of people are also working on creating manuals and instructions that can be used for other teams now, but also in the future. And then one of the current volunteers is working on designs, redesigning templates actually for Inspire campaign. That is one of SASA's campaigns that inspire, as it says on our website, curiosity, engagement, education, and enjoyment with and from the ancient world. They have a number of projects. It's a sort of larger ongoing social media campaign. If you're interested, please check the SASA website under projects and then go to Inspire campaign. You'll see there are things related to music and fan fiction and such. And for those different projects going on, one of the interns is currently working on these new designs. For example, for a project known as for example, for a project called Modern Worlds and Ancient Roots, with words, you see a tree, sort of word web could be made here. And here another one with very many ancient and modern languages, bringing ancient and modern technique together as well. I didn't realize that the pop culture are also in this Inspire campaign. There is, of course, a lot of fiction and fan fiction going on in popular culture. Think of famous movies like Troy and such, which inspire, again, other projects related to audio gaming, with audio gaming looking at how such stories in popular culture can actually be linked to historical studies. Yeah, so we do very many different things. Also, yeah, also these things like creating designs and even video projects and such from time to time, including these ones for the pop culture, again, the Inspire campaign. And this one, again, for an Inspire campaign related to popular culture and especially music. I very much like this one with all the musical notes and such. So yes, executive and creative team, we do a lot of behind the scenes work, anything from administration to designing to updating the website and to making sure that everything runs smoothly for all the teams at SASA. So when you look at the SASA website, you will find out about a number of different projects and teams, of course. You won't see so much about creative and executive because we are the ones behind the scenes, but a lot of what you see there is part of what we do because we want to make sure that everything runs well within the organization.
Thank you so much, Martina.
Thank
And
you.
thank you, everybody, for taking a moment to listen to what's going on with us behind the scenes. We do, of course, appreciate any and all help that you can give us. SASA is largely donation funded, so if you do have the time and wrong slide. If you have the ability to donate to us, there we go. We do very much appreciate any kind of donation. You are most welcome to give just one time, of course, anything helps. But we also particularly love our recurring donors, and we do try to run donor events that you can join. Any little bit helps. For as little as $3 a month. You can support SASA in all of the content and resources that we provide and make more events like this. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you there. So, without much further ado, we are going to move on to our special session. Thanks to everybody for your patience with some technical difficulties on my end here. I don't seem to be able to get it to go quickly. There we go. So our next part of the conference is the special session, a discussion on snake oils and magic herbs, the art of ancient quackery. This is meant to be a big group discussion with a few experts leading the helm. But in particular, I have always been very intrigued by the ways that people get into false medicine and why it becomes so popular, why it sticks around, what place it holds in society, and all of that. So if, Mark, if you would turn on your camera and mic. Devendra, are you here? Okay. So I think for now it's just me and Mark. We do have a third expert who is slated to be here. I don't know if she'll be on time, so my apologies. I do want to give preference to our participants who are here for this session. So those of you who are in the waiting room, I'm going to let you in shortly while Mark and I introduce ourselves and our relevance to this topic. And then after Mark and I have had a couple of interchanges, what I'd like to have happen is people who are in the Zoom can raise their hand, and I will call on you, and you can unmute and ask your questions or participate in the conversation. So that's more or less the format that we're going with. So I'm going to let y'all in now. Thanks so much for waiting. And Mark and I will introduce ourselves. So, hi again. I'm Julie Levy. In addition to being the managing director of SASA and our host for this part of the conference, I am actually a scholar with 2 higher degrees in ancient Greek and Roman studies, particularly interested in archaeogaming and Greek lyric poetry and historical linguistics. But I've also done some work in ancient medicine, just a little bit mostly in the Greek and Roman side. And I am very much interested in modern times in the political ways and the political parallels that I see, particularly with Roman medicine, going on in the US right now. Mark, if you would introduce yourself, please.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Julie. Very nice to meet you. Many thanks to the organization for inviting me. My name is Mark Beumer. I'm from the Netherlands. I studied ancient history at Radboud University Nijmegen. I'm also a former pharmacist assistant. And currently I'm a 4-year PhD candidate at the Institute for History of Medicine and Foreign Languages at Charles University in Prague. There I'm examining the ritual dynamics within the Christianization of the healing ritual, temple sleep or therapeutic incubation in late antiquity. That's for a short introduction of me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mark. And so we had talked briefly about, the topic at hand. What for you, what comes to mind? What's your favorite when you think about ancient quackery?
I think that the one favorite are the people are called literally quacks or charlatans within the Greco-Roman medical market, where people who were ill were looking for something to get healed of, and those quacks and charlatans portray themselves as Hippocratic doctors without having the right medical knowledge of herbs or medicine or pharmaceuticals. And they were very attractive, of course, to all those people who couldn't attend to visit a normal doctor, or who said, well, I cannot help you. So this is a very interesting group which I have encountered in my research when people were visiting the gods, for example.
Yeah, I think my favorite story about quack medicine and searching for, searching for alternate routes to health is the story of Cato the Elder, actually, who, he's most famous for being the Roman senator who was very staunchly anti-Carthage, right? Carthago delenda est. But he also was incredibly racist against Greeks. And at that time in Rome, Greeks were pretty much the source of medical knowledge. I mean, it really kind of the culturally that stuck around. And so what Cato did is he wrote this sort of screed of like we want we want to use Roman medicine, dang it. And those awful Greeks, we can't use their medicine anymore. And so he invented the sort of the cabbage cures everything scam that you still see occasionally pop up. There was a woman online a few years ago doing the same thing, and I just think that's fascinating. So that's my personal favorite. So then the next question that I want to make sure that we get to, that I want to ask you is, why are fake treatments so popular? Like, have in your studies, have you really like found what place they're holding in ancient societies?
I think it's about the same as the present. I think the quacks are still relevant and popular because they offer people a way out of their illness, and they argue from okay, the doctors cannot help you, but I can. And use these herbs, or eat this, or lie in the sun for this or that. You see all those kinds of advices also in the miracle healings, for example, of Asclepios, but also of healing saints. And despite the fact that Asclepios and healing saints such as Cosmas and Damianos were very popular, there were also people who said, well, nah, I don't know if that, why should I eat pepper or mixed with honey, and this is really going to help me. But okay, the doctors cannot help me, so I try. And you see there some double mistrust from, they don't trust their own doctors, or they try the quacks and it also didn't work out, and then they go to the gods, and then we have to do this and this, and then say, well, I don't know. So they're being punished for their disbelief, and then they got ill again, and they had to promise to be a good follower, and then again they were healed. So I think you see the same now, that a lot of people who heard from their doctor, I'm sorry, you have incurable illness and we cannot help you anymore, they tend to go to homeopathy, phytotherapy, but also people who say I'm a healing medium, for example. So maybe if I can tell you shortly, we had a couple of years ago a woman in the Netherlands called Jomanda, and she said she was a healing medium. She wore a blue dress and a blue headband and a little like a Mary lookalike, and she was standing like this in front of the TV and radiating bottles of water. And people at the thousands went to her gatherings, and they thought, oh, she can help me. And people were lying on the ground and shaking, and she said, oh, I got messages from the other side, and oh no, this is good for you. But unfortunately, after critical review of the Dutch Society Against Quackery, it appeared that none of the people she helped were really healed. And she was also involved in a case of a famous Dutch actress, Sylvia Millicom, who got the message that she got breast cancer. And in the first stages, she could have been treated. However, she tended to Yolanda and she said, no, it's not cancer, it's just an infection.
Oh
and
boy.
and just take this water and cut off the ties with your family and do this and do that. And well, after a couple of years, of course, Sylvia Millicom died, and of course it was breast cancer, and she fled in 2009 to Canada. And so that's an example from modern day example of people of quackery which still exists, and it's very difficult to eradicate it.
Yeah, definitely. And we do hear about this all the time, people who are searching for a cure and don't want to believe the science on it, people who have been failed by their own doctors or have a deep medical distrust from trauma, the whole anti-vax movement. It's all very rooted in this search for sort of a magical cure. Um, Right. And we see over and over again all throughout history the same thing happen. Oh, I went to this holy person, or I went to this alternative doctor who prescribed me something like for a while enemas were really popular. People die a lot of that in like the 18th and 19th centuries, but it was popular in Rome as well. Um, and then you have more cult-like activities like this holy woman you were talking about. And the same thing is happening in ancient Greece, right? Where you have these prophets going around, right? So the last question that I want to get to before we open this up for general discussion, and I will invite all of you who are in Zoom to turn on your camera and start joining the chat. Raise your hand if you want to be prioritized. But the last thing that I want to just me and Mark have a little chat about first is the ways in which the label quackery gets applied and misapplied for political purposes. Like, I'm thinking here of things like the racism inherent in labeling Chinese medicine as different than medicine, or the anti-vax movement again. So things in modern time that are very deeply political. And the anti-vax movement, of course, started out as a money grab. But now is deeply embedded in the American right wing and others, in fact. But that has also been happening since forever. Like we see them talk about it in Pericles' speeches about the plague in Athens, in Thucydides. So like, what thoughts do you have on the politicization and the sort of mislabeling of things?
Well, what first indeed comes to mind is, of course, the COVID pandemic, where President Trump said it was all a hoax and was invented by the Democrats or whatever, and that people had to inject themselves with chloride, which is, of course, lethal. And but also in the Netherlands, we had a man, a former salsa teacher, Willem Engel, who lost his dancing school. He had to close his dancing school, and then he became very critical about the whole COVID pandemic, and he started questions and accusing people and harassed people, threatened people. Our Minister of Health, for example. So I think that comes to mind when I think of politicizing quackery for your own gain, to become more powerful. But Trump is still fighting against what he's called woke. America is a favorite victim right now with Harvard, all those universities, great universities. But I think, you also see, for example, I wrote my master thesis on the goddess Hygeia of health, or Hygeia on health, and you see that Athena, as Athena Hygeia, protected the Athenians, and also with the plague in the 5th century BC. Pericles fell down and had a dream wherein the goddess healed him, for example. But not everyone believed that, and there are some critical scholars who say, it was just a pandemic, things happen, just nature, or You cannot use religion for this purpose to investigate. We have to stick to real hard science and forget rituals, forget religion, and think from, well, they made the same mistakes with the COVID pandemic in the Netherlands, for example. They forgot that people relied on faith and rituals to get help for the Catholics or Protestants or Jews or Muslims in the Netherlands, whatever, it doesn't matter. And they still said, no, just stay 1.5 foot away and don't touch each other and the blah, blah, blah. And our former Prime Minister, Mark Rutte, who is now the Secretary General of NATO, he held some speeches and he also totally forgot the religion, the humanities aspects, which he got criticized later of some of my medical historical colleagues in the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of disconnect between science and humanities these days that I think is a misstep. This is just my own particular pet peeve is this sharp divide between what we call the STEM subjects and the humanities, because I don't think you can adequately communicate what's important about science without knowing how humans function, and I don't think that you can really work on the humanities side without an understanding of the science that goes into the functioning of our universe and our people. And this is one of those terrible disconnects that winds you up with fanatics like RFK Jr. in charge of health services.
No, but so, you're absolutely right. At my university in Prague, I am connected to First Faculty of Medicine, and as a historian, I had to do a somatology exam to explain my subject in biomedical terms. And if a doctor want to do a historical subject, he has to show that he is able to place it in historical context. So they have to connect both fields. And what you always hear, but I also hear from my supervisor in Prague, medicine is first place to study, and arts, archaeology are on the bottom. But people always forget then, if we didn't document all this knowledge, then we wouldn't have all this today, what we know about medicine and pharmaceuticals. And I think we tend to forget very quickly to put the soft sciences against the hard sciences.
Right. Okay, so now I do want to invite everybody to turn on their cameras if you want to, raise your hand if you want to, and join the conversation. We are going to try to keep things orderly, so please don't talk over one another if you can avoid it. But yeah, feel free to ask questions, pitch in. We'd love to hear from you. I see that we have Charlotte and Jennifer have already decided to come and turn on cameras. Thank you very much. We love to see it. You have any questions you wanna go down some rabbit holes? Where are we going?
Yeah, I was curious about if there's a way in your material to distinguish between what we consider in our terminology quacks versus people who are unofficial healing practitioners. To give an example with the ancient Egyptian context, where medicine and magic were treated as really the same. There's no mention in the medical magical papyri of midwives. But we know from other sources that midwives or women who helped in childbirth did indeed exist. And there's some other works about unofficial magical practitioners who, such as herdsmen who would cite a spell to try to protect their herds crossing a river from being eaten by a crocodile. So I'm wondering if there's about that in terms of other areas.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the first thing that I thought when you started talking about that, of course, was midwives, even in modernity, are not given a lot of medical weight And in a lot of areas that we don't consider in day-to-day life, like palliative care and elder care, there's a lot of medical and health professionals who we don't consider doctors exactly. And there's a lot of gray area there. But at the same time, those people we would not call quacks, right? We would not say that they're practicing fake medicine necessarily in the same way as somebody like the holy woman Mark was talking about, or you know, Gwyneth Paltrow and her very unfortunate eggs. So that happens all over the place too, right? I was talking earlier about Cato. Well, you have these medical practitioners, and most of them are Greek, coming from the Hippocratic tradition, and you have them all over Rome, and you have that coming up against the sort of the leeches tradition, which did happen in Rome as well, the sort of the bloodletting thing. Um, and then you had people like Cato who were like cabbage diets, or in Nero's time, you started getting this swinging health thing. Like they'd put you on a swing and push you back and forth, and that was supposed to cure all sorts of stuff. Um, Things that are just completely outside of realistic medical care. But then again, we fall back to the gray area of, well, what about the spells that Hesiod tells you to perform as you're plowing your field, right? Where does authentic religious practice fall on the scale of quackery changes over time. So there's a huge range in that. I don't know.
I think if I can add to that, I think in antiquity there were no clear boundaries between magic and medicine and religion. It all overlapped each other very much, and Asclepius also used herbs to cure people, and dreams were used, for example, and the one says that's just religion, and the other says no, just as a form of magic. And Christians didn't want to use dreams because demons could interfere with the content. And I'm now working coincidentally on Isis and Serapis in their role as healers in incubation. And in my big discourse presentation, I didn't read much about midwives or more about the role of women and what they did. But I agree with Julie. It all depends on how does someone bring it, who are we speaking to, and what are they advising us to do. And I think when it comes to quacks in my research, I see that scholars define them as trying to portray themselves as iatroi, being Hippocratic doctors without having the right knowledge. And I think that's still the same today.
Yeah, and there's lots of similar things going on. There's one thing that comes to mind is the role of Jews in the Middle Ages and the early witches as well, who were these just herbalist wise women. But you'll see like witchcraft and even early Jewish medicine that their rituals are in some way religious practice, but are also scientific. Looking at, praying over a bottle and then using it to collect urine and actually examining it and learning things from that. So, I see in the chat like some comments about Pentecostals where they do like snake handling and similar things like that. So, like you have even now these sort of gray area barriers between religion and quackery, and sometimes between quackery, religion, and real medicine. And part of that is that reluctance I was mentioning, I think of as racism, in accepting traditional Eastern medicines for even understanding what it is they're saying. So I want to go ahead and let Jennifer speak, please. What's on your mind?
So Charlotte, you sort of took my question because I was thinking about midwives too and such.
But I was wondering if maybe part of, I guess, the issue of like who is considered a quack, who is considered a real doctor, kind of going back to these connections of like humanities and sciences, if some of it is, I guess, propaganda in some ways or people who can publicize themselves and writing, because I was thinking about like in terms of like literacy, maybe the reason if we don't hear about midwives maybe as much is because they don't have things written down as much. So or maybe they do, and I just don't know about it. So I was wondering if you could speak more about that and like how maybe some of these ideas are transmitted and who gets popular and who doesn't.
Yeah, definitely. So, and this actually pairs up really well with a question that came in chat is, where do we find these people in antiquity? Like, do they just go door to door, hang around the agora or forum, you know? So there is a certain social order to these things that we see. I mean, I can't speak to everything, but I can tell you about some of ancient Greece and Rome, and I can tell you some about Jewish doctors. Midwives in particular, we don't talk about the midwives because they are women's business, right? And women's business is private and not for public consumption, and the midwife tradition is largely lost because it was oral. But, and by the time that it would have been written down, well, witches. So, so we have some difficulty there, but it's not like we have no records at all, or we wouldn't be talking about them. What we do have is things like there's some wonderful grave stelae with that tell us like this person was a beloved midwife who was a long-term practitioner. And we do find those at various points across the Greek world and even into the Roman world that are very like, this is an honorable thing that women could do, a profession that they could take up. They could be part of a family while doing this. So we know that this was happening. We do have some midwifery practices that end up getting written down. The Hippocratic corpus, I mean, we tend to talk about Hippocrates, the guy, but what we call the Hippocratic corpus is actually a collection of medical texts from all over the Greek world. And so there are some bits of midwifery and birthing practices and care for pregnant women in there, but not a lot. And I think the reason is largely down to the culture of separating the sexes in that way. And that tends to be true, unfortunately, throughout history in Europe. And I wish that I could give you more from elsewhere in the world. I was particularly hoping that Devendra would join us because I know that she has some insight into the Indian cultural tradition, which I know is very different. And I know that there is some stuff written. There's some in the Vedas about, I mean, it's vague because it's devotional hymns, but it makes reference to birthing as an honorable thing, kind of thing. So I know that tradition is very different, and I would expect more different again the further away you go. I know that there are some indigenous practices, especially in the Americas, that have persisted and are still around, and some of them have started to be written about. Sorry, I can go on forever. Mark, did you want to chime in?
No, no, it's more your field than mine.
Yeah. So we do lose a lot of medical knowledge that way, and it isn't just midwifery because we also lose a lot of context. I want to draw attention to one of the more well-known ones, silphium or silphion is this plant that particularly the Romans were just obsessed with. It was a cure-all. It was an abortifacient. It was an aphrodisiac. It was a spice for your food. It was everything. They loved this plant. We have no idea what it is. I mean, we have some ideas. There are people working on this. But supposedly Nero was gifted the last known stalk of it, and it went extinct. How much did it actually do? How much of that was quackery? How much of that was just, oh, here's this tasty thing that kind of grows like a phallus, so maybe it's an aphrodisiac. but that's the seeds of the silphium plant are actually where we get the heart shape. They were heart shaped. So so that was kind of sorry, not the seeds, the leaves. No, now I'm doubly checking. Like now I'm doubting myself. One part of the silphium plant was heart shaped, and that's where we actually get that convention from. So like, how real was this medication, and how much did it do? It's just lost. It's just lost to us. It's very sad. As for where you find people selling quack cures, because that was also part of what was asked. I know for sure that there were wandering prophets and traveling doctors in Greece, and the line between those things could blur. But we have stories in Thucydides, for example, of a wandering prophet going around saying, "Oh, there's going to be a famine," you know, and it's like, "Oh, well, is there really, or is it a disease?" Or so we have stuff like that. Um, and you know, the real doctors would also go around and, well, where's the distinction? Do you know if this doctor is serious or not? Could be difficult. And so and then in particular with the swinging thing later, that becomes a favorite in Nero's court. So I think of that more as like the RFK situation where you find them on the fringes, but you know, somebody gets real attached to the idea and it comes into the mainstream.
I think what I have seen in my research is that there are other categories, for example, drug sellers, just people who just sell drugs, but there's of course overlap with the doctors and the quacks who also sold drugs and try to prescribe it, but without knowing the right amount. And I know from my occupation as a pharmacist assistant how important it is that you have the right amount of tablets, the right dosage, that it has to be checked twice before you give it to the patient, because if something happens to the patient, then we are responsible because we did it wrong. So I think, and in antiquity, of course, there was also the theory of the four humors who had to be in balance, and the real Hippocratic doctors were learned about this humoral theory. And I think the quacks, of course, they may know maybe a little, but not a lot, and of course then they will fall short when it comes to giving drugs or operating yes or no. For example, we know from Hippocratic doctors when it concerns cancer, they said no, don't operate all the time because operating does more harm than just let the tumor be there. So I think that there's a lot of questions we have to ask, and we have to be critical about all these categories which are described but are very permeable. So we have to be very careful about it. Not only then, but also now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It reminds me of the saying that regulations are written in blood.
Yeah.
The licensing, the reason licenses exist for doctors and the reason we have these strict regulations on who can practice is because it's so easy to convince people that you know more than you do, right? And people die of it. So it kind of comes down to that. I can't think of an ancient civilization that had an accreditation service, but I kind of wish there were.
No, I don't know either of something like that. But of course now we do, and I think it also comes to your rhetorical qualifications, such as the woman I described, Yomanda, proclaimed to be in healing medium. She was very convincing, and I just watched a documentary before this in 4 parts where she also discussed her theories with real doctors and the critics, and she was very from no, you're wrong, and all and normal pharmaceuticals are wrong and they harm people. And so if people who don't have that knowledge are watching that and they think, oh, she knows what she's talking about, let's go to her, I think then the harm is for halfway already done. And I see it also I saw it in my inner circle where people try to sold me capsules for 30 euros for a little bottle of 10. If you take this capsules, then you will lose weight immediately. And think, oh, I don't think so. But that's the way it goes. It's not very visible, but people try, of course, to worm themselves way into the networks they're in.
Yeah,
and then
into
try
credibility.
Yes, exactly.
So I do want to give our attention back to those who have raised their hands. Kathleen, thank you for your patience.
Hi, this is a great conversation. I teach in New York at a state university, and I have an ancient medicine course. So there's so many things that you've talked about, I think, that are really interesting. I teach a course in medical terminology plus the ancient medicine part, so I get a lot of the health sciences students. It's actually become super popular with them. And so that collaboration between the STEM and the humanities is really important, and we're working on that. I had a couple of comments. One was on just things that in my own research, the importance of reputation, especially in Greece. Like when you look at the Hippocratic Corpus, the physician, the treatise, and the sacred disease in particular, like that one in terms of quackery. I don't know if you've already mentioned that, but I didn't. But the idea, I feel like a lot of times, at least for the Hippocratic works, a lot of it was about who was profiting from it and how they were profiting. And so I love reading the sacred disease with the students because it really gets into what was the problem with the charlatan, the fact that they were taking credit. It wasn't even they were more religious than others. It was how they were giving credit to themselves for what the gods had control over and also seeking profit in a way. And then in terms of midwifery, I find the diseases of women to be one of the most fascinating documents, and especially when whoever that author is talks about listening to women. There's some really great stuff in there. And then with the diseases of young girls, and the talks about Artemis and how he doesn't like that they credit Artemis with helping them and then paying money to Artemis as opposed to giving money or giving credit to the doctor. So I feel like there was so many credibility issues in Greece. With Rome, I love reading Serenus about the gynecology treatise, especially about the midwives. And he gives very clear instructions on who a midwife should be and how her nails should be cut. And she has to be, educated and stuff. And so I always found that really interesting. And I always thought Galen it's so hard to go through all of Galen. There's
yes.
stuff and it's just so wordy. And I think he just had a scribe that followed him around and he just talked. But
that man, he left. We have something like 80 treatises by Galen, and we know they're actually, more or less by him. And we know that we lost most of his works in a fire.
Yeah. And he's like the most Greek we have. The most Greek that we have is Galen, but he does not speak a lot about midwifery.
No, he does
not. But Serenus is very interesting about that, especially in terms of he's a Greek or Ephesian in the Roman world. I find him very, very interesting in the way he talks about abortion and contraception and some of the issues with contraception and the use of abortion and what exactly that means. So if any of you, there's one translation of it by this guy Tompkin, I think, and it's really great, and it's a useful resource if you're going to read this stuff. So anyway, I'm enjoying.
Oh, thank you so much, Kathleen. I haven't read Serenus, and I didn't realize what a wealth there was there.
Oh, a ton. So he has a whole gynecology. So and then he goes into,
wonderful.
And then the diseases of women, the disease of women 1. Towards the back, and disease of women 2 is all sort of their remedies. And talk about quackery. I mean, it makes Gwyneth Paltrow look like a neuroscientist. It's scary what they would shove up into the nether places.
But if I can add to that, Kathleen, because what you're describing now about diseases of women, that's now still a problem. Here in the Netherlands, we had a couple of weeks a big discussion about how to treat women and men separately for heart diseases, because because the female body should be different, or the female heart should be different. I was wondering, what are you talking about? Just we all have the same heart. That's a very old superstitious belief that women and men are very different, and I think that also checks in with Vesalius when he described the heart system and the I don't how you say that in English, the artery system. I think so. This is still a problem where men women are treated differently for the same diseases.
Yeah, as Charlotte was just mentioning in chat, the crocodile dung as contraceptive nightmare fuel from Egyptian texts. Yeah, yeah, the whole dung is contraceptive thing. That's a lot.
I don't want to be near crocodiles.
Yeah, away. Kathleen, please go on.
Oh no, I was just going to type it, but I on that side I agree. We don't want to put them as separate species, like Aristotle would do, or something like that. But at the same time, like women have different ways that they have heart attacks, and different ways that, and the fact that menopause wasn't studied until like yesterday, and so I do think though that there are specific, aspects of women's medicine that need to be done separately, but it cannot be given short shrift, I think.
No, but sorry, but if I may, I think you're touching now upon gender studies. When I studied the history at Robert University, I had a course gender studies, and then we discussed what is masculinity, what is femininity, what is a real man, what is a real woman. This is such a big discussion, which you have to be very careful about how you describe this. And I think you have to relate that also then to medicine to look for the best treatment for someone. And I think we all have to take that into account and not stick to the old concepts of women from the 50s.
One thing that I hear a lot from people who do study, especially in modern times, sort of gendered medical differences, and I know a lot of trans folks who have to explain a lot of things to their doctors, because your hormone levels do affect what diseases are going to present like in your body, but so do social characteristics. So like someone who is gendered feminine, regardless of whether their body has male characteristics, will sometimes exhibit more feminine signs of, for instance, autism or ADHD, which, if you go look at the literature, are very much, this is very socially encoded in how we understand that neurodiversity. And the same can be true for medical things, but it moves depending on where your hormone balance is, since we do often change that for trans people. So this is a very difficult category, right? Because there are things that are specific to, having a female reproductive system, like menopause, that are completely understudied and can affect people with different genders. And we've studied very little about male hormonal cycles, which we do know exist, because we think of that as such a deeply feminine thing because it's so much more visible. So like we again have this sort of quack idea, like Mark was talking about, of the separation of the sexes. It's complete nonsense the way we think about it in general, and in the way that the medical community has historically treated it. But when you dig into the science, when you dig into the reality, there are differences. They're just not the same ones you'd assume. So I think that's a really fruitful topic, and something that we don't sadly have the expertise. We're not medical professionals. I don't want to say that I know the answers here. I just have read a little bit about it. If you are interested in that kind of stuff, I suggest you follow trans creators, trans researchers, because they have a vested bodily interest in understanding this particular point, and it is a real one. Yeah. There's a comment from Rona here. There are often differences in presentation with cardiac symptoms in women's versus men, and the recognition of what's important, identifying those. The symptoms are different, and sometimes the effective medicines are different depending on those internal conditions that we can roughly split by physiology. So yeah, sort of a comment on like, yes, the like, oh, we have to treat these things entirely differently. Well, we need to take into account what the physiology is doing, but there's still going to be similar problems, similar underlying things to worry about.
Yeah,
right?
I'm of course not a doctor. I'm just a pharmacist assistant, and I learned about the effects on the body on the pharmaceuticals and vice versa, for example, and that differs per person, of course, when it comes to the receptors in the body. But I think the person is right, but I think then you have to ask a specialist how that really works. I read some things about it, but I'm not a specialist in that, but I believe it immediately. So I think for those detailed questions, I would have to turn advice to seek out a specialist.
Yeah. And one thing that I do kind of want to point to in the tail end of this comment that Rona gave us is talking about what happens when a woman who is on various drugs becomes pregnant, what happens to the development of the fetus. And that is something that I think is both over discussed and understudied. In my experience, is people give way too much social weight to, oh, but what if you become pregnant? And way too little study to like what is actually safe for a pregnant woman to do. For instance, one of the areas of eternal quackery is advice given to pregnant women. This is so stereotypical that you will find it in like every fantasy novel that involves a woman being pregnant. It is so ingrained, and it's still true. I've had friends who got pregnant and tried to go to their doctor for advice, and the advice was gibberish. Everything that they were told by every professional was different about what they could and couldn't eat, what medicines they could and couldn't take. And, you know, there are people who do work on this now, but a lot of what we think we know is just folk remedy, and that can be a big problem. It does depend on where you are and what doctors you have. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Julie. I have my camera off because the bandwidth here, I'm abroad and the bandwidth is very dodgy.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I just want to come out. I don't want to dwell too much on this part because obviously your discussion is more to do with ancient medicine, but I would have to absolutely push back on that. I mean, the whole point that we have scientific studies of medications, etc., is to determine safety and efficacy for men and women. And I speak here about biologic sense, not subjective personal sense. I mean, literally your morphology, your hormones, you have different physiological responses. And in terms of, I can't speak to your friend's experience, obviously, but medical care given to women has its issues for sure. But, you know, treatments are given to people on the basis of suitability for their body and for the lack of what we would call teratogenic effects, i.e. Effects on the developing fetus. And that's why women are often ruled out of certain clinical studies, because they cannot be safely included if there's a possibility of them getting pregnant. So because these are real issues, and they are very, very well studied, very well characterized, and they form the basis of the treatments that everybody seeks. But I don't want to interrupt, so forgive me. I just wanted to address.
Oh no, thank you for speaking up.
Enjoying your discussion, and I would be really interested, actually, just if I might ask you, and Mark, having started the discussion, just referring back to Greek and Rome, because this is an area I don't study. But how do you think are the different, let's say, physician, are they families? Are they hereditary physicians in terms of those that are accepted as physicians versus those that you would define as quacks? For example, I speak from an Irish context, and certainly in the medieval period, the physicians were a hereditary caste, for want of a better word, or a specific role in society that was largely a hereditary function with a lot of learning behind that, versus, let's say, perhaps somebody who is practicing more spellcraft, or what a modern person might identify as type of shamanic type practices. So I just wondered in ancient Greece and Rome as well, you have traditions of physician families or not? Thank you very much.
I haven't encountered that in that way. Only that the group of doctors were called Asclepiads, as being doctors of Asclepios, or there is a discussion about this term because some priests were thought of as priest doctors who studied medicine, but other scholars says no, they were just priests. But I do know that the large group we are called Asclepiads after Asclepios, the god of healing. And when it comes to pregnancy issues, we see from antiquity already from the cult of Asclepios that a lot of breast photos were found where people asked to be fertile or got to be pregnant. I also know one healing miracle from Asclepios where a woman, Cleo, was pregnant for 5 years, and she turned to Asclepios for help, and immediately she delivered a baby boy who could walk and talk and wash himself again. And beneath that miracle, there should be the biomedical discussion about what really happened there. So I think what you just added was very important, because I think if we can trace that discussion back possibly to antiquity, then we know more about how this discussion about how to treat people who are pregnant evolved and can help them better.
Yeah, and just to add, thank you, Rona, for pushing back on that. I think I overstated what I meant to say there. Mostly just
it's a healthy discussion. It's
yes.
great, and thank you for moderating this. It's a lovely forum, and really nice to hear and see other people's contributions. And thanks, Kathleen, who just answered a question, and Mark. Thank you very much.
I do want to pass it to Kathleen if you want to speak to that out loud, since you have the answer at hand.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding in terms of the Hippocratic corpus is that, it was started as sort of like a guild and within families. It was very sort of insular in that way. And then they would train people and they would train them, and then they would go out as almost like itinerant doctors in different places, almost like missionaries in some ways. And it did have that cult-like feeling to it. In the Roman era, I don't think it was as much a familial thing. And especially you have to remember that we have like a whole Hellenistic period in between. You have the Greece, and Kos, or the island of Kos, and Athens, and then we have like Ephesus and Pergamum and that area. And then we have in the 300s, it's Alexandria is everything. And we're missing all that fire, from the library. And then when you go to Rome, a lot of those doctors were actually from some sort of tradition in Ephesus or Pergamum. That's what Galen and Serenus were from. Celsus was not even a doctor who wrote a lot about medicine, but I did want to bring up, and something that I do in my class, and like, why do we read this? Like, obviously we're not going to get medical advice from Hippocrates, is the sort of the understanding of how they viewed, how the importance of certain things in society skewed or biased in ways their view of medicine and the worth of people. So when childbirth is so important, right, in order to preserve everything, then that affects policy, right? That affects how they view science and how women function because of what their purpose is, what you pay attention to, all of those kinds of things. And so you always have to go back to sort of what is the purpose of each gender, for lack of a in the society, and how does that affect how things are studied, what's important. Anyway, I'll let other people talk.
Thanks so much. I was just going to say more or less, yes, we do have the sort of the early Greek guild and families, and then it really does become more of an apprentice system, and then you get like the Temple of Asclepius that is also the older sense of cult, which is a very religious center, where you see those, if you were here for some of the earlier talks, some of those body part clay pieces being formed as both votives and curatives. So like it becomes, medical knowledge sort of starts in insular families and spreads out, and then in the time of Alexandria, when learning is so centralized, and like becomes this point of pride I think it becomes really interesting. So let's move on to Mary. We only have 10 minutes left. Thank you all so much for this discussion. Mary, what's on your mind?
Here, I'm trying to unmute. I'm an Anglo-Saxonist. I'm coming with the Old English Leech books in my mind that are just this mishmash of borrowings from classical text and borrowings from folk magic. And I'm wondering, if you're trying to decide the difference between a real doctor and a quack, how much is just simple literacy the determinant? Because these guys who are compiling the Leech books certainly can consider themselves real doctors and a cut or two or three or five above the village healer. But it seems like literacy and some slight access to the classical texts is what makes them real doctors as opposed to village healers. So how much does just plain literacy figure into this?
Yeah, that's definitely a big issue, especially once it's so it depends on the time period and the place so much, right? Because we have this Hippocratic corpus that is being contributed to over time, and we have the start of these very insular families and within the guild and keeping the knowledge together, but then we get the priesthood of the Asclepiads, and then it gets bigger and bigger, and by the time of Rome, you can assume a basic literacy for most people, because we get all of these bits of graffiti that are very clearly from lower classes in lower class spaces. So like we can assume a small amount of literacy. So how much does that help? But I think a lot of these people are coming out of more educated classes to begin with. And like Kathleen was saying with the with who can be a midwife, who should be a midwife, somebody who's educated. Well, what women are educated? Upper class women.
If I can add to that, well,
please.
I think what I hear you say, Mary, and correct me if I'm wrong, is your actual question, which I also saw in the chat. So, what makes a doctor a real doctor? What is necessary? And maybe a bit off topic, but the film Patch Adams comes to mind, where Rowan Williams played Patch Adams, who deviated from the norm, but he was one of the best students, if I should believe the movie. But he said, no, laughter is very important to heal. It produces morphines to help the body heal more. Laughing is good for the body. It produces oxygen, blah, blah, blah. And I think that when you saw that the lawsuit from that he says from now, of course you need the knowledge, but you also have to see the patient as a person, as a human being, not just a mere number from, oh, that's 39 with diabetes. Or I think that's also important. But to come back to your question, I think if I stick to my definition from antiquity, that quacks are people who may possess some knowledge, medical knowledge, pharmaceutical knowledge, but they just don't know how to apply it and how to place it within all the illnesses people have. And I think real trained doctors do. For me, that would be the main difference.
Yeah.
Even if they were literate.
Yeah, and we do have another question in chat here about what exactly do we define as a quack? And it's a discussion we could keep going on forever, right? Because what we call in the modern era a quack, for me personally, that's easy to define as like somebody who's not using evidence-based medicine. But there's still so much space, right? That is like, especially when you get to people where you don't know what knowledge they had exactly. Were those midwives educated in the same way the doctors were? Probably not. They probably had their own tradition, and as recorded in Serranus, there's a whole tradition of specifically female complaints, female medicine. You have the same thing kind of going on with Jewish medieval texts and with witchcraft, right? where these women's magic, like hedge healers and stuff, like where's the line between magic and medicine? Where's the line between evidence and folk remedy? Like that is a very gray and fuzzy area. And the further back you go or the less material you have, the harder that is to answer. Now we can look at things like the fad for swinging starting in Nero's court. We can look at that and see people writing about it as this is nonsense at the time. And that's a pretty good sign, right? Like, this is nonsense then, it's nonsense now. We can call that quackery. But again, like, somebody who's getting a willow bark remedy, well, is the fact that they prayed over it more important to calling them, a more religious or somewhere on the vicinity of quack, despite the fact that they're using a remedy that we still use in our aspirin, and they have the passed on knowledge to know how much to make. Like, it's so fuzzy.
Well, I must say that when I started to be a pharmacist assistant, my pharmacist said, homeopathy, that's not proven, so just ignore it. But when I start doing my internships, there were many draws of homeopathy, molecular medicine, becoming more and more and more. So despite the fact that our pharmacist said, oh, that's quackery because it's not proven that it works, because it's so diluted, people still use herbs today and buy it at drugstores, etc., etc. So I think that
and and that in particular, like we call so much now. Oh, I'm sorry, my mind just blanked on the word. That particular kind of quackery.
Homeopathy.
Thank you. Homeopathy. Yeah. We call so much homeopathy now when it originally meant this sort of sympathetic magic of like, oh, water remembers what you put in it. No. Water doesn't have a memory. We understand this. But people say homeopathy now and they could mean anything. Anything that isn't specifically Western science-based medicine can and has been called homeopathy, and that includes some things that might really have scientific, well-evidenced benefit that are not being included. I think this is speaking to what you're saying about like, oh, if we don't have all the evidence, then just ignore it. Like that's not necessarily the line for what's quackery either. Even though, like by definition, you could have said that. Because is it quackery if there's evidence for it somewhere else?
No, but I think that's the whole case, because some people say if I take some garlic, then my blood will be more pure, and the other says no, that's just bullshit. So I think it depends on who you ask. But I think still we have to be cautious about what we see on TV, such as RKFJ, or what's his name?
Yeah,
the crazy, the crazy person from America. So
it's so sad. I mean, to be fair, Trump goes out of his way to pick the people who want to destroy whatever he puts them in charge of. So, that's how RFK is way off the deep end, is because he's Trump's pick for this. So, but like, especially when you can prove it doesn't work. And Charlotte in chat is talking about, some of the things that people continue to use after they're proven not to work in antiquity, like, peeing on grain, and if it sprouts, they're pregnant, right? Like, yeah. Oh, and Neha says that homeopathy is quite prevalent in India, and there are degree courses on it. Whereas in America, homeopathy is considered completely unscientific. And I think that's, again, going to be a lot about definitions and about how terms are used. And it's also partially to do, and this is where I really wish we had Devendra here, it's going to be partially due to the issue of different historical understandings of medicine within the culture, because the Ayurvedic tradition feels a lot closer to some of the things that are considered homeopathic than the sort of Western pharmaceutical state.
I agree, but I think as we have seen in antiquity that we had there a dynamic medical market, we still have it today, where lots of options are available for us, and one sees it as would label it as homeopathy, and the other as phytotherapy, and the other would say I have some new medicine I can use for my affliction. So I think it's good to be conscious of that. And then of course what Devendra could add some more intercultural dimensions to the topic. I wish my professor of Asian religions, Paul van der Velde, was here, but maybe for another time.
Yeah, this is something that I like. There's so much written about Indian medicine, traditional medicine, and Chinese traditional medicine in particular. There's so many American indigenous remedies that have been dismissed and then rediscovered. There's so much out there in terms of ancient medicine and ancient wisdom that is not being used, while at the same time we have what I would definitely call quackery. People saying, "Oh, peach pits will cure your cancer." It's like, no, that you're much better off with the poison the doctors have than the poison that the tree has.
Yeah.
It's much more targeted.
Yeah, especially cancer becoming in the Netherlands now illness number one, which people die next to artery afflictions. And if you have some time, then Google Yomanda. There's also an English Wikipedia page, and there is a documentary on HBO Plus, Discovery Plus, I think, where you can see how she worked and how she convinced people to take her radiated water instead of going to a doctor. So I think I can only try from my little perspective to prohibit people to think they could be cured by eating pits or something like that, or swim in the blue sea or something, and just go to their doctors. But yeah, with these days and all the fights we've seen against so-called woke and all the other things, we have a lot ahead of us.
So I'm going to give us a few extra minutes since this discussion is going so well. Do we have more questions? More people who wanted to chime in?
Not a question per se, but just a comment, because I think this is really, really interesting, and just connecting perhaps past practices with the idea of ritual healing, etc. There is a thing that in the sort of clinical research environment, where in clinical trial studies, you can have up to, say, between sort of 54 to 61% placebo effect, even when the patient knows they're taking a placebo. And there is, yes, even if you know it's a sugar pill, there seems to be something about what they call the ritual of treatment, the physical intaking of something that looks like a medication, and also being seen by a practitioner, i.e. a doctor or a surgeon, and this includes surgery as well as pharmacologic treatments and psychological treatments, that you can have a huge placebo response. And it is the sort of the ritual, inverted commas, of taking something into your body or receiving treatment from a physician that can kick off some sort of non-pharmacological cascade in your body. And that can have effect on increasing metabolism to certain brain regions, increasing sort of the production of endogenous opioids, like natural painkiller substances, endogenous endocannabinoids. It's quite fascinating, and that's a confounding factor in clinical studies, because in some cases, like depression treatments, you can have up to sort of about an equal treatment response to the medication and to the placebo, even when the patient knows they're taking placebo. So it's quite interesting, because then when you look to if you sort of go back into the past and you look at this idea of the ritual of the treatment, there perhaps is a healing response in that case, because we see it in clinical studies all the time. So it's quite fascinating, you know, when you look into that and you think, wow, okay, a lot of the stuff that people nowadays would define as quote unquote quackery, you know, perhaps you could say there's a placebo effect from it in terms of past practices, and perhaps people did get well in certain things, as well as at the time empirical medicine. But it's just an interesting connection between I think modern times and past times, and in a day and age where we're in a very studied empirical medicine, that we still have this confounding factor that nobody can really explain why this happens, that patients do get well even after sham surgery, you know, for long-standing complaints in the back. It's fascinating, and like the acceptance of acupuncture now for certain treatments, whereas before that, until relatively recent times, as you correctly said, would have been seen in Western Orthodox medicine as quackery, but actually the pain response is very, very good. So anyway, thank you. Just wanted to add that in as a sort of a ritual of treatment in modern times.
No, but that's very important, because Olympia Panagiotou has recently published a book about the placebo effect of incubation rituals within the Asclepius cult, and also taking in poppy to hypnotize people, use as narcosis, but also implementing neurocognitive sciences to these rituals. So this is very present day research applying the placebo effect and examining what really happens in the brain. And what I do know from sleeping, that it can cure small afflictions, and that is evidence-based proven that sleeping or having a good sleep can cure some minor afflictions. I think there's even a journal which I encountered last week called Journal of Sleep Medicine. I never knew that it existed. So, but I think that we have there a big interesting theme, what you address now, from how is it possible that people know they're taking a placebo and still don't have a headache anymore.
Right. So it's absolutely amazing. And you can put people in functional MRI scanners and watch regions of their brain light up in response to placebo. And, you know, they're reporting subjective pain relief from long-standing osteoarthritis. It's fascinating. It's a whole other discussion. But I just thought the concept of the ritual of treatment is in some way as relevant today as it was in the past in healing modalities, whatever they are, simply because of the human mechanism involved in the brain.
I don't think it's such an odd thing to say, because in antiquity, where people were collected by the priest by night to go to the inner center of the temple, the abaton, they had to sleep on a bed or on an animal skin. But before that, they went to a dark corridor where you see all the slabs with all the yamata, the Greek healings on it. So now some scholars say they were hypnotized, and they were just that part of the brain were just activated. So they know, okay, now I'm going into this holy space and I'm going to get healed right now, even they didn't know if it would work in advance. Because what we know from incubation rituals is that people suffer mostly from chronic diseases from which they had to return many, many times. So people stayed sometimes for weeks or maybe months of years at Asclepieion. For example, Aelios Aristides, for example, he stayed for 17 years at the Pergamene Asclepieion before he was healed. Finally. So I think it's not at all a weird thing to say.
Yeah, certainly. And there's also some evidence that even simple touch is a healing element for certain things, in the same sort of placebo way, where, you know, we know that touch produces certain hormones, and for something like depression, it alone can be an accelerant to getting better or something like that. Again, I'm a disclaim medical knowledge. Rona's definitely several legs up on me there. Several legs hanging in the background of the Asclepius temple. But I do want to just reinforce this idea of, like, yes, there is some component to not just ritual, but also being seen and touched that can have an effect on the human body. And we don't know the extent to which that was at play in some of these ancient, I mean, we're only really learning about it now, as Rona was saying, the extent to which it can really affect somebody, even in a serious medical setting. And then that just gets overblown into, oh, well, you can wish yourself into being healed, or the power of positive thinking or whatever.
Yeah.
Because moving your body in certain ways can affect, like our physical therapy can affect your muscle and bone conditions. Well, maybe if I put you on a swing, that'll fix your cancer, right? Like that's, it's those leaps. A lot of these quacks are taking something that makes at least a modicum of sense, and blowing it out of proportion. And that's a lot of, I think, what makes it credible to people.
I think one of the big problems of today's quackery is, for example, that in antiquity, exorcisms were used to cast out an evil spirit, and now people are using exorcisms to get healed from being homosexual or something like that. I think that they can be cured like that, by that. Such here as happened in the Netherlands last week, where someone almost died because he wasn't ready for that spiritual shock. And of course, but that's all being discovered by eager journalists who hear the stories and go look, and then they found out where all these people are hiding, because of course they're not just here to be found in the street from, I can cure you by an exorcism or something like that. So I think that was also one of the topics from Crackly today. I think it's not very visible. I think you have to hear it from someone else, or vice versa, or to know from where those people are.
Yeah, I think that's part of why this keeps happening too, is like, you have this certain amount of effect that you get from something, no matter what it is, right? And so, like, just the effect of being treated, the effect of knowing that somebody else thinks it'll work, right?
But I think also the attractiveness lies also in the fact that we don't know everything about. For example, with the vaccines with COVID, they were produced very quickly. People got very distrustful from how's that possible? So I told my friends, one I knew for 25 years, but he was very distrustful and hostile. Now the friendship is over because he didn't trust me what I said. So I told him okay, normally, yes, we have a long process of testing vaccines for side effects, but now the process was speed up by people putting money in it to speed the process up, because we needed vaccines. But because there was some kind of mist, not everything was clear, and people are going to look for on Facebook, all these little clips appeared from, you get autism, or the vaccines change your mRNA. And so that's. But I try to explain it to people, but they just wouldn't listen, because you see the clip, but you don't trust anything you see or read at once. But I think that is also why all those alternative theories or practices are still being so attractive, because they are quick and they can help you in an instant.
They're quick, and they're easy to wrap your mind around.
Right. And with normal medicine, of course, sometimes it takes years. For example, cancer treatment can take up for years, taking oncolytica or all those chemotherapy, taking rest in between treatments, so you can have more energy for the next treatment. But if someone says, "Oh no, I can heal you right now," of course that's attractive.
And it's the same in antiquity, right? Like we have these accounts of places that were known for their healing qualities, and you have people who are going to them over and over and over again, and presumably getting some benefit out of just being in that place. And then you have the people who are looking for, right now, give me an option. Like give me something I can just do this and get back to work. And I think that attitude is sort of persistent. And also the fact that people don't understand what they're being told about how much we know about their own bodies. The communication to the general public about what medicine is continues, and very much was the case in ancient Greece, for sure. Certainly ancient Rome. Like, just think about, Cato again, and the like it's this vagueness of what does medicine look like. I don't understand why this is faster than that, why this is curable and this isn't. And this such a complex topic of the body and health, and people want simple answers.
Yeah, but also the broader medical historical context, such as being born in a time where there are epidemics, the plague of Cyprian, the plague of Justinian, but also the problem with water quality, which was addressed in one of the presentations at the start of the conference. From okay, how can we prevent taking in polluted water, but still water is very important in rituals to get purified. So you can wash in that, but you can drink it. So how do we know when water is polluted or not? And of course, in the Roman Empire, all the aqueducts and there was better water management, but still it took a long time to get a good grasp on how do you have to respond on our environment, not just focus on the body and what a doctor or someone else can do, but also what happens when I got affected by a pathogen or by the Yersinia pestis bacteria in the 14th century, or for example, what happens then? What happens when I get a cold? Why does it happen? I think that was, of course, a big problem in antiquity because they didn't have the knowledge.
Right. It's making me think in particular of one very persistent piece of anti-Semitism that comes about now. Many Jewish rituals, we were talking earlier about healing water and holy water, many Jewish rituals involve washing of the hands and being very particular about how meat is prepared, for instance. And so there were a lot of diseases that didn't hit the Jewish population in places where it hit everybody else. And so instead of asking what are they doing differently that they're not getting sick, they're like, oh, well, it must be their fault. Right? Yeah. So like the difference between, oh, they're like summoning demons into our water or whatever, and they're washing their hands every day is such a short step, right? It's such a short step of understanding and knowledge and how you think about things. There is a question in the YouTube chat that I wanted to bring up, which is concerning, how the ancients sort of understood healing that happened, for instance, in those incubation rituals. Like, do they attribute it to the god? Do they attribute it to the healers? Do they attribute it to the place? Some combination of them. And like, how do we really parse how they talk about it? In terms of whether people think of ancient healings as distinctly holy or distinctly medical or stuff like that.
Well, I think the first question is very easy to answer. They attribute the healing to the god, because we see all those anatomical votives with inscriptions which read from thanks to Asclepios I was healed. But of course, they knew that they had to travel to, for example, specific temples such as Asclepionia or the temple of Amphiaraos at Oropos, or to Minutis for Isis and Serapis. So they knew they had to travel to certain temples. But according to Walter Addison Jane, who published a book in 1925 about healing deities, he said all gods can heal. Still, they needed specific gods to help them, because, for example, with the plagues and the traditional Olympian gods couldn't help them. So I would say that they attributed to the god. which we can see on all these inscriptions we have found. But also when saints and martyrs took over, you see also the same acknowledgements that it was the saint that healed him, but it was also the saint that punished someone. There is a famous story where a Greek had a kidney disease and went to a sanctuary of the female Saint Thecla. And he went in and she told her use the wax of candles and then you will be healed. So he came out and he got healed. And then when someone asked him, who healed you? And then he said, Apollo Sarpedonios. So that I think you see all those miracle collections I have studied, you see that gods, heroes, saints, martyrs, angels, apostles, those are the ones who are being thanked. I never saw an inscription from, okay, I went to Epidaurus and there I was healed. It's always the divine figure who heals the patient. Those are the ones who appear in dreams, using their hands, operate, or give a prescription.
Yeah. And there's like a part 2 of this question of like who's interpreting these dreams for people, and that we have a lot of priests mostly and prophets.
The priests.
Like there's a very famous story in the Bible actually of Joseph interpreting dreams as half prophet, half healer, right, to the Pharaoh. And that dream interpretation is seen as sort of a healing practice, even as it is a prophecy. Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, you're right. I just wanted to add there's a step before that, because in the Greek rituals, the non-Christian Greek rituals, you see that people offer to the goddess Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. Mm-hmm. So when they woke up, then they could remember what they saw in their dreams. And then there were priests who helped them to explain what they saw. And now we would translate it as REM sleep. From you had a dream during REM sleep, and that's why you can remember the dream. And everyone knows how longer you go away from waking up, you cannot remember the dream anymore. So and I think what you're describing is the same. It's still you see that not only with Judaism but also with the ancient cults is remembrance and dreams, and are still a red thread to all these stories.
Yeah. And dreams are in ancient Greece, dreams are sent by the gods, Hypnos most prominently. But you also have this sort of dream healing going on, interpreted by the Asclepiads, who are priests of Asclepius or Apollo, depending on how you parse that. So you, and then like you said, you do get people praying to Hygiene, hygiene, and that aspect of various goddesses as well. And so yeah.
But I think what you mentioned to someone, I forgot what you said. My memory is also gone already.
What
did I want to say? I think about interpretation of dreams from normally it was the patient, him or herself, who woke up and told the priest what happened. But it also we also have some examples where people dreamt for someone else. There's an example for a mother who dreamt for her daughter because she was too ill to come to the temple. So that you see also that. And there's of course a big discussion: are priests just priests, or are they priest doctors, or were there even priests there, or did the god really did everything himself? And you see the same thing with the saints, and that's where also modern critics are coming to accuse those miracles of being quackery. A famous example is modern day scholar Ildiko Sopregi from Hungary, concerning the cult of Isis and Serapis, which was replaced by a cult of Kyros and Ioannes, Cyrus and John. And she said, well, I don't know. To me, it's just merely propaganda, just to spread the cult a lot. But you see the same with Asclepius, with all those crazy healing miracles, which can never be true from a biomedical perspective. So isn't that just merely propaganda to spread the cult? and maybe that's a bit of a synonym for quackery in antiquity. But still, it was a very popular way to get healed.
Rona's asking about anybody have reading resources on the swinging treatment. I'd have to dig them up.
Swinging?
The thing that Nero was took as a popular remedy into court, where they constructed these medical swinging couches, more or less. I have a few resources on it, but I'd have to look up what they are. So
I only know swinging from when I was a Latin dancer, but it was a long time ago. Playing a lot.
Yeah. So I'll try to look that up at some point when I'm not on camera.
I would advise the book of Vivian Nutten, Ancient Medicine. He has written a great handbook about ancient medicine. In 2013, the second print came out, and he also wrote a very nice book on Galen, which I also reviewed. I think Vivian Nutten is a very important ancient medicine scholar, just as Helen King, for example.
Yes, Helen King I would recommend for sure.
Yeah.
Nutten.
Thank you very much, both of you.
If you're trying to search for it, what I would probably go for is Roman medicine, or
from Kruse. He wrote a book on ancient Roman medicine.
Yeah. Ancient Roman medicine, if you're looking for this in particular. It's of course difficult. Well, it's extra difficult to Google now that they've installed Gemini everywhere. But it's difficult to Google something like Nero swinging remedy. You're likely to get some modern nonsense about.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening.
Yeah,
I need to find my searches better.
So you might look at it from the direction of Nero's court. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was looking I'm now looking at Google Translate. Google Scholar. I mean, I see Gardner, Nero Tyrannus, the physiological and psychosomatic cause of tyrannical legacy. But I don't see a lot of hits, to be honest. I only see a book from Sigerist, History of Medicine, but it's from 1987. So that
So this is one of those weird practices that got picked up. I remember it so vividly from discussions of Nero, but it kind of goes away and then comes back again in medieval times. So there are definitely scholarly things written about like medical swings, but finding them might be a little bit difficult right now coming from this angle.
I only know about this golden house, Aulus Domea, and from my former supervisor, Eric Moorbal, but swinging Nero I've never encountered.
Yeah, no, so there was a very it's one of those things that stuck in my mind when I studied it, but it was like a little blip. So I do have some references, but I'll have to look them up for you, and I'll see if I can get them back to you later today.
That's okay, Julie. Thank you very much. Don't go to any trouble. I'll just refine my search history a little bit better and go on.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
I think it's a very interesting misdirection.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. It's fascinating, and thank you, Mark, for the book references. Very good.
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot be of more help to you.
No problem. So, if nobody has further questions right now, then I think we are going to wrap up. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us, and especially thank you, Mark, for being such a good sport and taking on this really wonderful discussion that we've had. Thank you particularly to those of you who have spoken up, Rona and Charlotte and Mary and Jennifer. It's just a real pleasure to have a good conversation about this, and I'm really glad that we were able to do it. So now going to ask those of you who were just here for the special session to go ahead and sign out of Zoom. I hope you will continue watching from wherever you're watching on streaming. And oops. And we are now going to move on. We're going to have a hopefully fairly short Q&A session with the directors of SASA, which is me, the managing director, and David Danzig, our founder and executive director.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, especially you, Mark.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Oops. Okay.
I'll just take a moment here to remind everybody to please take a moment to donate. It would be absolutely wonderful if you could, if you're enjoying this conference, if you enjoy any of the work that we do at SASA, if you believe in our mission of making ancient studies more accessible and more fun, it would be wonderful if you could donate even just a few dollars to keep us running. We are supported by viewers like you. So please, if you have any inclination whatsoever, we'd love for you to click the donate link. You can support us for as little as $3 a month if you want to be a recurring donor, and that will get you access to special donor perks. So thank you so much. We are now going to move on to our Q&A. Hi, David. Thanks for joining.
Hi, Julie. I really liked that last session. It's a lot of fun. I had some interesting thoughts, but we're not going to get into that right now. No, not in any that type of way. Just in terms of how we think about magic and medicine in non-contemporary Western cultures. But anyway, I think we should talk a little bit about SASA, and I think we need to try to find a starting point. And then maybe we can see if people have comments or questions in the chat wherever you're watching.
Yeah, so I came prepared with a few questions.
Questions for me.
Questions for you.
That
So I wonder, David, if you could reintroduce yourself a little bit and talk about how SASA was founded, how it came to be.
Sure. So I'm David Danzig. I was 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, when I was toying with the idea of SASA, which means bringing people together from all ancient studies, or really pre-modern studies fields, to work together towards spreading our historical approach to the past, and to sharing that with everybody, and to bringing people into the ancient past in order for people to actively participate in developing and maintaining and educating others in the knowledge we have about the many cultures of the world and the many past cultures of the world. So back in 2019, when I was thinking about this, I was in the PhD program at NYU at the Institute for the Study of the Ancient World. I was doing ancient Near Eastern studies and chugging along, finished up coursework and was heading towards my dissertation phase. And all that was good and well, but that wasn't the point. I was realizing at the same time that it felt to me like that there was a lot of missing pieces, I think, in how I saw other people viewing the ancient world and talking about it, and how much people seem to like things that relate to the ancient world in popular culture, in books, in movies, in video games, today, and how the idea, I guess, to put it into an extreme form, how the idea of ancient aliens could exist. Because I knew we didn't need ancient aliens to explain the ancient world. All we needed were ancient people. If we understood them, then we could understand the pyramids, and we could understand other ancient cultures and societies, what they did, what they didn't do. And we didn't need to resort to aliens as explanations for things. So I guess that then led to the thought that really people didn't really have a good understanding of what we being scholars and students who study different cultures of the past, understand and know about the past. And to me, that seemed like such a shame, because all the people I know who study the ancient world are absolutely enthralled with it. They love it. I love it. And I don't think there's anything that specifically unique about us. I think it just ends up being that we were exposed to it and we fell in love with it. And being able to potentially share that with people, I thought would be a great way of connecting people to the ideas of human cultures and societies, and particularly in terms of how they're similar and how they're different from one another, so that people understand that there are lots of different ways to be human, and there are lots of different ways to be socially human, because humans are inherently social animals. So I think that was sort of the starting point. And then I somehow decided that I had ideas for how to do this, or at least initial ideas. But I didn't really know enough people to do it with. And so that was the initial forays into reaching out to random people. I don't really have a memory of who I was able to make contact with in different ways. But I think the starting point then was deciding I was going to lay down the money to start building a website. And once that started going, and for the first time, I opened social media accounts. And at that point, people started responding to me. So, and then things started moving, and I was actually moving forward, and then the pandemic hit, which was very odd, because the pandemic hit, and then it seemed like all of a sudden everybody had a lot of free time and was happy to be available online and looking for things to do. And I had always thought of SASA as something that would be more connected through the internet, because you don't have to put a lot of money into that. You can get enough money. We would love your donation to run things and to organize things. But when you use the connectivity of the internet, you're able to reach a much wider audience. So that's how things got started. And we've had some really wonderful, great people, especially at the volunteer and team leader level, who came on and helped really pave the way. Plenty of the ideas have not been mine, but most of the work has also not been mine. So many great people, hundreds of volunteers and interns have been part of the SASA family. And I think we really do feel like a family. And the virtual conference was a great idea at the beginning. I thought it was absolutely insane to make a conference, but it seemed like such a great idea. We could share ancient studies with thousands of people viewing it at the same time all over the world.
Yeah.
Just had to get enough people together to do it. And here we are in the 5th iteration.
It's really incredible to me. Like it has been ever since I started hearing about SASA, just how many people are willing to put their time into this project, and mostly they do volunteer their time for free. And it's really been fun to see as managing director. Hundreds, David's not exaggerating, the hundreds of people who are willing to put their time into this, who love the ancient world that much, or who care about our mission of education that much. And like it really is just kind of an honor to be a part of something this directed and this special. I do want to take a moment to just encourage people in chat. If you have any questions for either of us about the running of SASA, please ask. We've got, a few more minutes before our next presentation. We get to talk in. So just to put my perspective on this, I've been with SASA for 3 years now, and it's really it's been an incredible experience. I have seen teams go from just a seed of an idea to a fully fleshed out program. This is, the third time I've been involved with the conference, and really our viewers are wonderful. Our viewers are so wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if y'all saw that last section, because I know that there are a bunch of you watching on various platforms right now. Thank you all so much. Those questions, those comments, the contributions that y'all made are incredible, and we're really lucky that we get to keep having you here. So, thank you. So David, how much of your time proportionally goes into the running of SASA, would you say?
Oh, how much? Plenty of my time. I guess you'd have to call it a passion project. That would be the best way to say it. It definitely varies day to day, week to week, but I'd say a good half to a third of my time, I've got 2 days of my week dedicated to SASA, usually in endless meetings where we're working together with different teams and different individuals to help move things along in a lot of different ways. So there's plenty of time and effort for me, and I think that that's reflected across the board. Always meeting with different teams and different people. I know you do all the time in your role, and each group is working on its own unique areas of work. Basically, we're divided into 2 different main sections. There's the organizational teams, the ones that work on internal things that aren't necessarily public facing, but we can include communications in this, which is public facing, but it's the work that's done to the nuts and bolts to make things actually operate and to communicate to other people what's going on. And then there's the programming teams, which are doing all the wonderful things like the virtual conference itself, and like we were talking about earlier, RTO Gaming Education Program, and our continuing education program for teachers, which has had some starts and stops, and is still a really great, wonderful goal to be able to bring teachers together and help them gain greater depth in their knowledge of the ancient past, and help them transmit that to their students, whether it's in middle school, high school, and even undergrad teachers, and to their students. So there are definitely lots of things going on at SASA at any given time. So I try to keep my hand in all of them, or none of them. Depends what we need at any given moment.
So I see in chat we have a question. Are you thinking of including coordinators of those who speak other languages besides English to increase our audience? Yes, actually, we do have quite a bit of content now in both Spanish and Arabic. Our conference is always open to submissions in Spanish and Arabic. We were hoping to have some panels in those languages, but we didn't get any submissions in them. But additionally, we are working on getting our website fully translated, and if we can get volunteers to long-term coordinate in those languages, we can start putting out content on social media in those languages as well. If you were here last year, you will have seen that we had the conference live translated into Spanish and Arabic, which is why we stuck with those languages for now. In the future, it would be lovely, if we could get a few more of the major world languages. We really would love to have some of the other major languages represented. We'd love to have more participation from East Asian countries, and from from African countries in particular, as we are having more and more volunteers um, that that come from these areas, particularly Africa. We've got several volunteers, including Esther, who was our host earlier, who are based in Nigeria. We have some folks in South Africa. We have some folks who are looking to come in from Morocco. We also have folks in India. We have lots of Indian volunteers from various different states across the subcontinent. And we do have some volunteers from China, and yet the only people who are really focused on translation at the moment, because it's such a weighty task. We really need full teams to work in those languages before we can really make content in them beyond just translating what we have. So yes, we would love to, is the short answer.
Yeah, and the reason behind that is that we really think that everybody should be involved in ancient studies to whatever degree makes sense to them, and that past and the deep past of all cultures is important to everyone, especially for people and cultures today who believe that their society and their culture stems from a deeper past. It 1,000% makes sense for those people to be involved in creating and maintaining and passing forward the knowledge about their pasts that we make today, and combine their traditional methods of learning, which all cultures have traditional methods of doing their own history, together with contemporary methods of doing history. And I think that combination is actually very important.
One thing we're very committed to is the view of ancient history as not isolated in any one corner of the world. Everywhere has its ancient history, and it's all connected the same way any other period of history is. So what's happening in ancient Africa is connected to what's happening in the ancient Near East, is connected to what's happening in ancient China, and you can't really break them apart. Even though that's usually how an individual wind up studying. And I think people understand that on an intuitive level. Like when we make content that, involves people from a wide array of ancient, like when you see, something, even something silly like, I don't know, Robin Hood Men in Tights is for some reason the thing that's coming to mind. And they have like a character from the Arabic Golden Ages is there because why not? Because it's the same time. But to take a better example, more modern example, the recent Assassin's Creed, where you have an African man who historically was a samurai show up as his character in historical Japan. Like the world is not disconnected into these little isolated groups. And I think that's part of my goal with SASA has always been that to reconnect these disconnected bubbles. I used to call myself an ancient international relations enthusiast.
Yeah, I definitely hear that. That has a lot of appeal. When I was getting into my studies about a decade ago, I thought I was definitely going to be doing third and second millennium international relations across the ancient Near East. Things didn't end up going that way, but I still end up focusing on intercultural contact a lot. I think you learn about how cultures and societies are change on their own internally, but also with a lot of contact between them and others. And of course, there's no line between that. It's all one blur. But that's what's so fascinating about people and cultures, is that there's so much complexity.
Yeah, I mean my scholarly work also was definitely that direction. Like I was working with historical linguistics, and once you start learning about Proto-Indo-European, like you kind of can't go back, right? Because then you see the threads weaving through all of these different cultures that you think of as studying individually, like the ancient Celts and the ancient Indians and the ancient Greeks. They're all connected if you go far enough back, but they're all connected because they're also exchanging words all the time. So, like, you can follow, okay, yes, this word traces back to Proto-Indo-European, we can figure that out. But then you also see, like, Baltic loanwords in Finnish, right? Which is a completely different language family. So,
Yeah, you have to point that out.
so like it's we see Arabic loan words in ancient Greek all the time, all the time. And those two languages are not we can't go far enough back. We can't prove that they have any relation, but we can definitely prove that this word has not gone through the sound shifts to have been in Proto-Indo-European. This came from Arabic at the same time, right? Um, that's it comes from people interacting. It comes from trade and travel and life, and I love that about the ancient world. Um, so we've got a follow up on the language coordination stuff. Unfortunately, unless we get a grant, we can't currently pay anyone. So it is all volunteer, and that's a big part of the problem, because translation is such a big job. Um, so while we'd love to be doing that, unless we can find a grant or unless viewers like you want to chip in enough for us to start paying more positions, we don't have a lot of paid positions in the organization. It is I and I didn't look at the percentages, but it's something like 95% volunteer. Are there any
And
other
not to leave that
questions for
hanging,
us?
but we're working on changing that percentage all the time. So,
Yes.
and to be a telemarketer, your $5 can help us save ancient studies.
It's true, though. Especially in this time where they are very directly endangered in a lot of places in the world, but including the US and where a lot of universities are, where a lot of the study happens. Um, so, you know, it really does help when we have independent funding. But we are trying to change that all the time. And David is really the person who is seeking out these grants and making attempts to get them. So last year we had a grant for those live translators, and that was wonderful. We'd love to be able to do that again. Anybody else have any questions about SASA? Okay. Well, I think this is probably a good time for us to wrap up then and move on to our next session. Thank you, David, so much for coming on and chatting with me about SASA and how we got here.
Of course, anytime.
And thank you, folks, for listening along. We are now moving on to our next session. So I just wanted to make sure that, oh, that is not looking correct at all. My apologies. I don't know why that happened. That does not look right. Technical difficulties. Okay, that doesn't want to come up. So, I guess without the slides, then we will proceed. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right. So, our next session is ancient medical texts, and we are moving to our speaker Tanya Blake, who is presenting Is It Truly Effective? Rethinking Efficacy in the Magical and Medical Texts from Pharaonic Egypt. So, Tanya is, if you would go ahead and turn on your camera. Hi. With a fascination for ancient Egyptian culture and languages, Tanya Blake completed her Master of Research in 2022 at Macquarie University. As an independent researcher, she continues to explore her academic interests, building on her thesis work. Tanya is committed to deepening her understanding of ancient texts and the ways in which language reflects broader cultural and cognitive frameworks. Tanya, please feel free to share. The floor is yours.
Let's see. Can you see that?
Yes, that looks good. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're zooming in from. I'm zooming in from Sydney, and it's currently turning on 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's a brisk 6 degrees Celsius here. We've got quite a bit to cover today, and I hope that you find the topic as interesting as I do. So let's dive straight in. Let's see if I can get this to work. Okay, so what is efficacy? Efficacy refers to the capacity of a specific intervention, treatment, or action to achieve the desired or intended result under ideal or controlled conditions. It's a term frequently employed in fields such as medicine, psychology, and other scientific disciplines to assess the effectiveness of a method when applied directly. In other words, the efficacy of a drug is determined through controlled clinical trials where researchers observe whether it successfully treats the condition for which it was developed. As a patient seeking medication for an illness, you can be confident in its effectiveness because its efficacy has been rigorously evaluated in these trials. So how does this concept apply to an ancient setting? In ancient Egypt, the perceived efficacy of remedies was supported by the documentation of healing recipes on papyrus scrolls. Given the labor-intensive and costly production of papyrus, it would be unlikely that ineffective prescriptions would be recorded on such valuable material. But how can we identify which remedies were considered the most efficacious in ancient times? Among the surviving medical papyri, only a select number contain explicit statements or extra textual markers known as paratexts that attest to the efficacy of a remedy or spell. These paratexts often include phrases such as seshma'a, which can be translated as true means or truly effective. While it is possible to assess the pharmaceutical efficacy of ancient Egyptian remedies by analysing their ingredients, preparation methods, and modes of administration, a challenge arises when dealing with remedies that consist solely of magical and religious components. These remedies often lack the physical or chemical elements that can be tested through modern pharmacological methods. In such cases, we must consider the cultural and symbolic frameworks that shaped the ancient Egyptian beliefs about healing. Magical and religious remedies were deeply intertwined with the Egyptians' worldview, where health and disease were not just physical phenomena, but were also seen as spiritual or metaphysical concerns. Illness could be perceived as an imbalance caused by supernatural forces, malevolent entities, or divine will. Therefore, the efficacy of these remedies was not purely dependent on physical ingredients, but also on the practitioner's ability to harness sacred powers, recite the appropriate incantations, or perform the necessary rituals. The endorsements of these magical remedies, such as efficacy statements, can be understood as markers of cultural validation. The repetition of specific phrases, names of deities, or use of sacred symbols within these spells was believed to imbue them with real power. The recording of such spells on valuable materials like the papyrus suggests a deep conviction in their effectiveness, reinforcing the idea that these remedies were thought to work within their own cultural and religious context. Thus, when examining the magical and religious elements in healing practices, we must shift our focus from modern scientific frameworks to understanding efficacy through the lens of ancient Egyptian cosmology and belief systems. The endorsements provided in the forms of paratexts, such as Sesra'a or True Means, offer insights into how the Egyptians themselves assessed the power of these remedies. In order to comprehend how efficacy is indicated within the ancient Egyptian magical medical papyri, a closer analysis reveals that efficacy is marked in three distinct ways. In some cases, efficacy is indicated in the heading of a remedy. For instance, phrases like "another effective remedy" can be found at the beginning of the text. Efficacy can also be marked in a colophon, that is, a postscript, where brief statements such as "very effective" are common. In some cases, more elaborate declarations are present, such as "it is really excellent, tried and tested 1,000,000 times." Another way to identify indications of efficacy is through paratext, which refers to annotations or textual elements added to after the original composition of the text. According to the literary theorist Gerard Genette, paratexts have the potential to shape the reader's interpretation and reception of a work. Furthermore, it is within the realms of possibility that the efficacy statements embedded in the headings and colophons are fossilized texts originating from earlier paratextual annotations. To better understand these markers of efficacy, I actually turned to the available scholarship surrounding this topic. However, it soon became evident that there is a scarcity of research dedicated to this. Furthermore, as will be demonstrated, the few studies that do mention the phenomenon are largely dismissive. Geraldine Pinch notes that such endorsements are common in the magico-medical papyri. While her statement is specific to amuletic magic, a form of prophylactic medicine, this specific remark infers that the presence of efficacy statements within the magical medical papyrological corpus is too widespread to merit further investigation. However, as will be demonstrated, this assumption is unfounded. Similarly, Paul Gallioni describes these texts as unintelligent copies that did not distinguish the original text from the reader's commentaries, implying that the efficacy statements within the papyri, whether in titles or colophons, were insignificant, overlooked by the scribe or copyist. While some texts may support this perspective, we will examine examples that challenge the validity of this claim. Particularly dismissive are the views of Kurt Buehler, who refers to paratext as nothing more than hackneyed phrases which serve chiefly as padding, and Jerry Stannard, who classifies them as incidental data. Although these last two comments were directed at medieval English medical recipes rather than ancient Egyptian magical and medical healing texts, They reflect a broader scholarly tendency to overlook such texts. Despite this, the fact that individuals took the time to annotate a remedy or spell suggests that these so-called hackneyed phrases held significance for the person writing or copying them. The challenge is that we still do not yet fully understand what that significance entails. Fortunately, not all scholars share these dismissive attitudes. Claire Jones, in her research on medieval English manuscripts, suggests that the paratext may have served as attestations to the therapeutic benefits of the remedy, or may have simply indicated that the remedy had been used. Similarly, Anne Grons, in her study of the pharmacological effectiveness of Coptic prescriptions, proposes that efficacy statements might have had a placebo effect on both the practitioner and patient. Although Grons presented this idea in order to promote further discussion on the subject, the conversation revolving around this perspective has largely remained mute. It is a perspective worth considering, as will be explored later in this presentation. So how much are we actually missing? Unfortunately, the largely dismissive attitude towards efficacy statements is not only visible in the scholarship, but also reflected in the text editions themselves. For instance, cases of paratext in particular were completely ignored in the compilation of all medical texts from Pharaonic Egypt in the series Grundes de Medicin der Alten Ägypter, a significant body of work in the study of medicine in ancient Egypt. This oversight had an impact on the studies that follow this foundational work in ancient Egyptian healing. And while there have been recent publications addressing magical and medical healing practices, the efficacy statements and their potential meanings or impact continue to be overlooked. In light of the limited scholarship on efficacy statements, several key questions arose concerning how efficacy is marked in these texts, as I have already touched on briefly, the frequency of these markings in terms of wording and placement, their overall occurrence, and what insights they might provide about their function or intended meaning. A keyword-based search was conducted in the original Handbook of Medical Texts to identify remedies that included statements of efficacy. Among some of the key terms used were nefer, good or effective, ma'ah, true or real, ach, useful, and phrases incorporating the verb ma'ah, to see or witness, which refers to observing an effect. Each instance was cross-referenced with the modern digital corpus of medical and magical texts on the Science in Ancient Egypt website to verify that the expression identified was indeed a statement of efficacy. The verified data was then compiled into a concordance, facilitating a systematic analysis. As with any research, certain limitations must be acknowledged. The primary challenge was the preservation state of the papyri. The more fragmentary the texts, the less reliable the data. In such cases, other scholars' text editions were consulted to help analyse the material. The incomplete nature of the surviving corpus inevitably affects any statistical assessment. But even with a complete data set, it would remain impossible to determine what proportion of the original healing papyri had been lost over time. So after all the data had been collected, what did it actually tell us? Of the total corpus examined thus far, only 4% of remedies captured in the dataset have attestations of efficacy. That is, 82 remedies out of a total of 2,048. Although these statistics will invariably change as more papyri are discovered and published, you get the idea. The use of efficacy statements is not common. Looking at a snapshot of the data from the perspective of precision and frequency, we can see that paratext almost exclusively makes use of the word nepher, which has the advantage of being used as a quick comment to write in a single logogram. To give examples of these different placements, looking at Papyrus Ebers, the headings are marked in red ink to signal a new remedy. And we see here that we have a heading stating that it is another effective remedy. And here we see a postscript stating that the remedy is really excellent, tried and tested a million times, also written in red ink. The fact that both remedy and efficacy statements were clearly written by the same scribe may give the impression that this colophon is mindless rather than judicious. However, when we look in the margins, we see instances of paratext that has clearly been written in a different hand, or even several different hands, judging by the ductus, or if you will, the stroke type and sequence. What we see here is someone who has interacted with this manuscript and has annotated it with the Egyptian word for good or effective. So far, what we have seen are the words and context, namely their location in their relevant texts. But what about the texts themselves, the actual remedies? A comparative analysis of those texts marked with statements of efficacy against those without generates more questions than answers. Out of the 82 remedies that have statements of efficacy, only 15 have what we might call direct parallels. In other words, other remedies that use the same ingredients and same instructions to treat the same illness. To put that into perspective, that's less than 1% of the entire known corpus. Out of those 15 direct parallels, only one also indicates a statement of efficacy. The rest are unmarked. Notably, around half of the parallel texts are found on the same papyri as those remedies that do contain efficacy statements. It's important to note, though, that these figures are approximate and based solely on the data collected thus far and should not be taken as definitive. So what does it all mean? The fact that parallel versions don't include efficacy statements is a good indication of these efficacy statements not being fossilized in all cases. Rather, practitioners marked specific cases as efficacious that their colleagues did not regard as such. Consequently, these marks only filtered down into headings and colophons in manuscripts from certain practitioners or schools. The data that we do have shows the physical process of writing and copying. The fact that parallel remedies with and without efficacy statements are found in the same papyri is perhaps an indication that scribes copied these texts from other papyri currently not known to us. However, the fact that these statements of efficacy also became codified as fixed forms gives us the impression that copying them down was not purely mechanical. It was a way of codifying the opinions of previous colleagues over long periods of time. A close study of the manuscripts also shows us evidence of people interacting with papyri. This means that these papyri were used instead of being archived. So far, we have seen that efficacy is marked in 3 different ways. We can reasonably conclude that some of the codified forms are the opinions of previous colleagues. But what else does the data tell us? When we examine the papyri through the lens of actor network theory, it becomes clear that the efficacy statements may have served another purpose. By examining the relationship between the papyri, texts, scribes, practitioners, and patients, even the phraseology of the efficacy statements themselves, it can be inferred that these statements contributed to creating a placebo effect. The words used could act as verbal or contextual cues, setting expectations and providing the necessary motivation and psychological conditioning to ensure the desired outcome. However, this explanation is too simplistic. Recall when I referenced Anne Grond's suggestion that efficacy statements might have produced a placebo effect for both the practitioner and the patient? Since it was the practitioner, most likely the physician, who first engaged with these endorsements rather than the patient, it could be argued that these efficacy statements don't function as a direct placebo in the traditional sense. Instead, they may have played a role in what we might call an indirect placebo. In other words, by reinforcing the physician's confidence in the remedy, the efficacy statement helps to create the conditions under which the patient in turn can place trust in the treatment. Put simply, for the patient to believe in the remedy, the physician must first believe in it himself. So these statements must have served to strengthen the physician's trust in the treatment, which is a crucial part of the therapeutic staging of the healing process. While it is possible to infer the general function of efficacy statements, such as reinforcing the perceived reliability of a remedy, legitimizing a practitioner's knowledge of or affirming ritual potency, the precise meanings and implications of the various statements remain poorly understood. As indicated previously, these statements appear in a range of expressions suggesting that different types or degrees of efficacy may have been implied. However, the lack of explicit commentary within the text themselves make it difficult to determine whether these linguistic variations were simply stylistic, regionally influenced, or indicative of deeper conceptual distinctions. As a result, while patterns can be identified and interpreted within a broader framework of ancient Egyptian healing practices, the full semantic range and pragmatic use of these efficacy statements remain an area requiring further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanya. What a wonderful talk. If anybody does have questions for Tanya, please feel free to put them in chat. Okay. We do have a few minutes for questions. Tanya, I'd love to start out with one of my own. You know, we're talking about these sort of paratextual commentaries. Mm-hmm. In the medical papyri, are there ever any other comments besides efficacy statements? Just, you know, we were talking about the medieval texts briefly, and I know that in a lot of medieval texts we have other commentary, grammar commentary, all sorts of things, and certainly in older Greek texts that get copied, we have that as well. So what other paratextual commentaries are there besides these? What are we looking at?
Well, from when you're talking specifically about the magical and medical texts, when you've got these paratexts, they are basically a commentary about how effective these remedies are. So you have some texts that all have in their headings saying that this is the correct method of achieving X, Y, and Z. You also have, curiously, some texts that say that this was effective during the reign of a particular pharaoh. Yeah, so it's these different variations of expressing why this particular remedy is better suited over an equal one is the one that's got me, you know, really curious, because it's a form of human judgment, so to speak. You know, why did they perceive it this way? And as I alluded to, you know, when we're talking about healing texts that don't have any ingredients in them, So they're purely, I don't want to say magical, but you get the idea that
Purely ritual, at least.
Purely ritual. Then, how can we, how can they say that that's the case? I mean, we're so used to being in a research environment where we've got to be able to replicate certain procedures, certain combinations of ingredients and that to see whether we get the same outcome. And we don't have that in the ancient texts. So yeah, that's sort of the rabbit hole that I wound up going down.
Yeah, so that sort of speaks to a question that we got in chat. What inspired you to work on this particular topic? How did you find yourself here? I guess is the question.
How did I find myself here? Well, that's actually quite funny because when I embarked on my master's thesis, I'm a very esoteric person at heart. I like looking at the tarot, the astrology, that side of things, the mysticism and all that sort of stuff. And I wanted to go down that path. And my supervisor, my very, very brilliant supervisor at the time, gave me a handbook of magical texts by a gentleman with the surname of Bergutz. And she said, read through all these spells and tell me what grabs your attention. And it was these magical spells. There are probably 9 or 10 that had statements saying, this is really effective. And me going, well, how can you prove that these are effective? And that's where it went to. And I said, look, this is what I'm interested in. And she said, okay, so why don't we have a look at the medical side of things and see whether we see the same things? Which is, and I went off being a good little girl and went off and did that and found that, yes, there's a lot of these statements in the medical text as well. So we decided to go down the medical side of things because there is a lot of study, of course, on the pharmacological side of it and the archaeobotany side of it. So it was just a matter of trying to work out or, see how these different remedies compared against the ones that can be tested scientifically. And again, I'm sort of going down a rabbit hole. But that's how it started.
Yeah, so Jasmine asks, and I think you started to talk about this earlier, do those efficacy statements appear more in some texts than others? Like, is there a pattern to that? Because I know that you were saying there's kind of a question mark there.
So it's difficult to find patterns. What I can say for certain that there doesn't seem to be a certain phrase used for a certain type of disease. So like in the Papyrus Ebers, you've got all these remedies in there and they're actually classified. So you've got one section that deals with issues with eyes. You've got one segment that issues with digestion and all that sort of stuff. And what I found is that there was no discrimination of where these efficacy statements were applied. What I do know is that they were largely used in Papyrus Ebers and largely used in Papyrus Berlin and largely used in the Snake Papyrus. But there's a lot of papyri in between that are incomplete, very fragmentary, and there's a pattern, but there's no pattern, if that makes sense.
So we also have a question. Do you plan to expand your study to perceived efficacy beyond the paratextual phrases, such as copying? Charlotte says she's thinking about pregnancy tests in particular.
I'm actually look, I'm going to try and complete. Let me backtrack a little bit. The master's thesis is you can find by obviously a word count. So there was a lot of information that I had to excise. So I'm in the process of going back and taking that data and actually putting it into a monograph for publication. So that will capture all that in the medical texts. But I've also found that these statements are found in other literature. So you've got the funerary literature as well. So the next step would be to have a look at that and see if we can help pinpoint what these definitions may have meant. Like I said towards the end of my presentation, that we don't understand what the difference is between, saying that it was effective in the time of Amenhotep, to saying that it was really good, to saying that it was really effective, tried and tested a million times. There's obviously different grades of efficacy, something being really, really potent to something going, oh, yeah, it works, to be able to nail that down in terms of other literature as well would probably help us more in terms of, understanding their thought process and, the ideas of human judgment and all that sort of stuff. I'm not too sure whether that answered the question. I'm sorry.
It seemed like it to me. But feel free to follow up in chat if you have more. So the next question is, are there ever any negative comments like, don't do this, this is harmful, don't do it? Negative efficacy commentary?
Not exactly. You do have what we call contingent clauses. If this happens, then do this. If this happens, don't do this. So it's giving you clear instructions on what to do and what not to do. But they're not efficacy statements per se. They're more like, a little manual telling you, if somebody has broken their hand, then you wrap it up with a bandage sort of thing and support it, that sort of stuff. You don't let it flop around.
Okay, and one last thing before we need to move on to our next speaker. There's a comment here from chat about you referred briefly to the paleobotany. The comment is, it sounds like we need a modern analysis of ingredients to see what we think now of their medication. Do you want to speak a little bit about where that's gone in your experience?
So I'm not an expert in this. I mean, the expert in this side of things would probably be Tanya Pomerening. She recreates a lot of these recipes to try. What I do know is that with the manufacturing process is that some of the manufacturing processes actually destroy any pharmaceutical benefits that the ingredients may have had, yet because they've been documented, then they're being perceived as efficacious. There's a lot of documentation in regards to in regards to paleobotany, identifying what these ingredients are from a linguistic perspective, as well as looking at the tomb art to try and marry up the words and that sort of stuff. I think the current trend at the moment is to, if we can't identify a plant 100% accuracy, then we'll keep the original term, like sheni sheni tar is a term for the grass of the earth. But what does that mean?
What does that mean?
I mean, it
could be anything.
It could be dill, like dill, it looks like grass sort of thing. But we don't know for certain, so we keep it like that sort of thing. And that's where the experts like Tanya Pomeranning, she will try these different ingredients to see whether they'll come up with the same sort of effect that the remedy is stating will do.
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. That was really wonderful. And thanks all of you in chat for a lively participation. We are now going to move on to our first keynote speaker. Thank you, Tanya. So, welcome, Casey Kirkpatrick.
Thank you.
Casey is going today to be speaking on... Did the slides work this time? No. Why does it do this? I'm sorry. I'm going to just go ahead and skip the slides. So, Casey Kirkpatrick is here today speaking on a multidisciplinary approach to health, disease, and medicine in ancient Egypt. Casey is an assistant professor in the Department of Archaeology at Simon Fraser University, an adjunct research professor in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Western Ontario, and a guest researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology. She's also head of osteology on the BYU Egypt Excavation Project and director of the Preserving Theban Archaeological Heritage (PTA) project, through which she excavates an ancient Egyptian tomb in the Theban necropolis. Dr. Kirkpatrick earned a master's in ancient Egyptian culture from Swansea University and a PhD in anthropology, specializing in bioarchaeology and archaeology, from the University of Western Ontario. She also completed a postdoc at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology. She's a bioarchaeologist, biological anthropologist, with a regional focus on Egypt and research interest in human health and disease, trauma, and mortuary archaeology. Her multidisciplinary work includes methodological studies and biocultural approaches to understanding ancient health and disease. Some of her studies have focused on sacral spina bifida occulta as a morphogenetic indicator of kinship, photogrammetric methods for dental age estimation, and diagnosis and social cultural perceptions of dwarfism in ancient Egypt. She's also studied trauma in Egypt's Fag el Gamus cemetery, which was previously considered to be evidence of early Christian martyrdom, and the Jebel Sahaba skeletal collection in the British Museum, which is considered to be the world's earliest evidence of mass violence. Dr. Kirkpatrick has also contributed to the study of cancers in ancient remains and is a co-founder and former executive director of the Paleo-Oncology Research Organization and the Ancient Cancer Foundation. Lately, she's been working on tracing the evolution and spread of diseases through the study of ancient pathogen DNA, and recently co-authored a groundbreaking study that addresses the long-standing debate in the origins of syphilis and other treponemal diseases. Casey, thank you so much. Welcome.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me here. Okay, let me see if I can share this. Just one second.
Looks good.
All right. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to be talking today about, well, the title is A Multidisciplinary Approach to Health, Disease, and Medicine in Ancient Egypt. I wanted to give a quick trigger warning because I will be showing human remains during this lecture, and I'll be discussing aspects of diseases, trauma, death, and caregiving. So as many of you may know, the Save Ancient Studies Alliance offers reading groups in an effort to increase interest in ancient studies and in turn demonstrate the need for ancient studies and better funding of ancient studies to educational and funding institutions. As funding for the humanities and social sciences continues to dwindle and departments are being dismantled, this is indeed a very important endeavor. And I think it's fitting that we're gathering to discuss health and medicine in this conference, as SASA was born during the COVID lockdowns. And it was during this time that I actually found a form of escape from the lockdowns in the SASA reading groups. And I was eventually asked to serve as an educational ambassador and lead my own reading group. So given my academic background and interest in ancient Egypt and ancient health, I, at the time, developed the Secret Knowledge of the Doctor, Health and Medicine in the Ancient World group. And throughout this reading group, we read translations of Egyptian medical papyri, as well as articles that integrated non-textual information on health and medicine in ancient Egypt. As I firmly believe that this is the best way to understand health, disease, and medicine in ancient Egypt, I'll take up this multidisciplinary approach again here. As many audience members are likely new to ancient studies or perhaps focus on areas outside of Egypt, this lecture will kind of serve to provide some basic knowledge about ancient Egyptian health and medicine, its social significance, and how we can integrate different lines of evidence to piece together the past. And of course, given my background in bioarchaeology, I will focus especially on how the study of human remains can be integrated into this multidisciplinary method and contribute to our understanding of ancient Egyptian medicine. Well, it's not changing. One second. Okay, there we go. Okay, so ancient Egypt provides a rare opportunity to combine physical evidence and ancient documents to learn more about health, disease, and medicine in the ancient world. There are several known medical papyri dating from the Middle Kingdom to the Late Period, though some of them are believed to be copies of much earlier versions that no longer exist. The papyri tend to focus on specific topics, with some papyri focusing only on obstetrics and gynecology, some on proctology or snake bites or trauma and surgical interventions. And if multiple topics are covered in a medical papyrus, the prescriptions are generally grouped according to the topic, so it's quite systematic, which is quite nice. Some of the papyri also take a relatively modern clinical approach, providing a brief description of the condition of the patient, the diagnosis, a prognosis, and the prescribed treatment. What we know from these papyri is that the ancient Egyptian medical system attributed illness to both physical and spiritual or religious factors. And so treatments could likewise use physical and or spiritual methods. And these papyri are, of course, invaluable for learning about ancient Egyptian perspectives on health and medicine, but they do, of course, have their limitations. For example, there are only a limited number of medical papyri, so we don't really gain necessarily a comprehensive view of past medical beliefs. We don't necessarily also have a good idea of how medical beliefs may have changed over time, or if they differed based on, regional geography. Many of the papyri are quite fragmentary or incomplete or damaged. And so, of course, also these descriptions of the diseases or of the prescriptions, they can be incomplete as well. The language can also be vague or have unclear meanings to modern readers just by the way that they phrase them. In addition to this, we have some difficulty translating some of the words in there, particularly those relating to ingredients or diseases. And without very specific descriptions of those ingredients or diseases, we're kind of a little bit left in the dark. So while medical papyri are often the main focus of studies of ancient Egyptian medicine, We can also learn from other documents, such as demographic data from censuses, or legal and financial documents, or worker attendance lists, or letters, or literature, or even travel diaries. For example, the writings of Herodotus, while he was allegedly traveling to Egypt, provide some insight into ancient Egyptian medicine. And he wrote, the practice of medicine is so divided among them that each physician is a healer of one disease and no more. All the country is full of physicians, some of the eye, some of the teeth, some of what pertains to the belly, and some of the hidden diseases. Now, although Herodotus is known to have sometimes exaggerated at times, or at least been misinformed on some topics, medical specialization is supported by the division of topics among the medical papyri, as well as the existence of a medical hierarchy as seen through distinct medical titles, such as chief physician, or shepherd of the anus, or dentist. We see these titles not only on papyri, but also on articles and inscribed architecture. For example, we have wooden panels that were found in niches in the 3rd dynasty mastaba tomb of Hesi-Ra, and these identify him as the chief dentist, which this makes him the earliest known dentist, as well as the earliest known medical practitioner in general. The earliest known female physician comes along not too much later. She lived around 100 or 200 years after Hesi-Ra, and we know her from inscriptions on a false door in the mastaba tomb of her son. And these inscriptions identify her as the lady overseer of the female physicians. Females are also well represented among the deities related to health, healing, and medicine. The deities depicted here are definitely not a comprehensive list of deities related to health and medicine, nor have I listed here all of their characteristics, which are sometimes quite contradictory. For example, Sekhmet, as you can see here, causes and also prevents plagues. She is both someone who's believed to be able to bring an end to humanity, but also is a healer. And now, like, these gods and goddesses would have varied in popularity also depending on the time, like chronologically within history, and also regionally. Generally, we gain knowledge of health-related deities through texts and iconography, and the latter being another important source of information. So, for example, our most comprehensive look at the tools that were used by physicians can be found inscribed on the wall of the Temple of Kamambo. This is pictured on the left. This depiction dates to the Ptolemaic period, and these tools might have been used for eye surgery. Iconography can also tell us more about some of the diseases that may have been present in the past. Like, for example, in this funerary stela for the doorkeeper Ruma, it depicts him with a withered and shortened leg, accompanied by an equinus deformity, like a clubfoot, which is interpreted to be suggestive of poliomyelitis or polio. We can also, of course, look to material culture, such as the healing statues of the late to early Ptolemaic period for information on healing and medicine. These statues were powerful ritualistic tools used for healing and protection. They were inscribed with protective spells and depictions of deities like Sekhmet. And these statues were commissioned by the wealthy and were likely placed in sacred areas of the temples, where the texts urged the temple staff to read their names and or pour liquids over the inscriptions to activate their divine healing properties. These statues not only demonstrate medical beliefs of the time, but they also demonstrate that there was some inequality in access to methods of healing, at least as they understood them. In addition to all of these lines of evidence, there are many ways in which biological remains can reveal new information about health, disease, and medicine. Although there have already been some great multidisciplinary studies, given the wealth of textual evidence and the very different methods used by Egyptologists and bioarchaeologists, these lines of evidence are still not always integrated. Relating to the topic of ancient caregiving, Lorna Tilley introduced the concept of bioarchaeology of care, which can be employed as an umbrella term to include any and all bioarchaeological research into healthcare provision. In her 2012 article, she defined the bioarchaeology of care as bioarchaeological research with a focus on the identification of one person providing care to another person who is temporarily or permanently impaired or disabled. It's important to note, though, that according to the social model of disability, disability is not in itself a physical condition, but a social failure to accommodate anyone with physical differences. Therefore, through bioarchaeology, we find pathology and impairment, not disability, and we have to contextualize those remains to try and determine if and how society accommodated and cared for these individuals. When examining human remains for signs of caregiving, Tilley proposed 4 steps for assessment. And these are to describe, diagnose, and document the individual and their lifeways, identify clinical and functional impacts of pathology and determine if care was required, produce a model of the care provided, and interpret the implications of this care for understanding both the caregiving community and the individual. I would also suggest the integration of other lines of evidence as a 5th stage. And given that Tilley focuses on caregiving from one person to another, I would also suggest that we look beyond the bioarchaeology of care for evidence of preventative care, self-care, and spiritual care. Through this kind of interdisciplinary approach, we are better able to piece together ancient Egyptian life histories, lived experiences, and perceptions of health, disease, and medicine. We can also verify or expand upon information gleaned through the medical papyri. So throughout this talk, I have tried to incorporate bits and pieces of Egyptological texts, including from the medical papyri, to contextualize the bioarchaeological data. So I'll start at the beginning of life with childbirth. Several medical papyri include discussions of obstetrics and gynecology. The Kahun papyrus is solely focused on this topic and is the oldest known medical papyrus, dating to the Middle Kingdom. In the various medical papyri, there are prescriptions for contraception, infertility, gynecological concerns, induction of labor, perhaps even abortion, and various ailments that they linked to the womb. The Berlin papyrus even has a description of a pregnancy test, which was discussed in the last session, that involves the woman urinating on bags of wheat and barley to see if they grow. Interestingly, though, there are no descriptions of the process of childbirth or any of the rituals associated with it in the medical papyri. Based on texts and iconography, we know of at least 10 deities who were appealed to for the protection of the mother and child during pregnancy, childbirth, and infancy. Some of these include Bes, Taweret, Isis, Hathor, Nephthys, Heket, and Meshenet. Small amulets relating to some of these deities have been found and were likely carried or worn by the expectant mother for protection. Based on depictions of birth, including those on temple walls or in the so-called mamises, the birth houses, and on a single birthing brick that has been discovered. We also know that women were most likely, if not exclusively, acting as birthing attendants or midwives, and that women primarily gave birth either kneeling or in a crouched position, sometimes with the aforementioned birthing bricks or a birthing chair. Roth and Rohrig wrote a really interesting article linking the birthing bricks. So you can see that single birthing brick from Abydos in the upper left corner. They linked it to the 4 magical bricks in the bottom left that are often included in burial chambers. And the authors also mention a text that says that at the time of birth, Thoth writes on the god Thoth writes on the birthing bricks the fate of that child. You can also see on the right these bricks just above the balance. You can see 2 rectangular bricks with heads personifying the childbirth goddess Meshenet. They are represented at the weighing of the heart ceremony, which determines if the person can go on into the afterlife. A quote pertaining to the birth appears in the Papyrus Westcar saying, "They washed him after his umbilical cord had been cut, and he was placed upon a cushion or bricks." This cutting of the umbilical cord, and perhaps also male circumcision later in life, was done with what is perhaps the oldest known surgical instrument, which is called the pesishkef, difficult to say, also known as the fishtail knife. And it dates back to the pre-dynastic period. And this object is particularly interesting because dull versions of it, as you can see on the right, were used in the post-mortem opening of the mouth ceremony that is meant to revive and restore the senses and the bodily functions of the deceased person, allowing them to eat, drink, breathe, and speak in the afterlife. So this object therefore links birth and perhaps circumcision to the ritual revival of the person after death. Of course, there were risks involved with childbirth. The oracular amuletic decree proclaimed, "We shall keep her," meaning the mother, "safe from a Horus birth, from an irregular birth, and from giving birth to twins." So the Horus birth, it has been interpreted by some as meaning a premature birth. The irregular birth, it's being interpreted as either a miscarriage or some kind of developmental abnormality or any other labor complications. But it's also interesting that giving birth to twins is mentioned in this negative light. And you can see a couple complications here that happen during birth. And on the right, you can see this is a pregnant woman who was mummified with the body of a fetus wrapped between her legs, but the cranium of that fetus was still stuck inside the pelvic cavity. And it turns out that this woman was actually pregnant with twins, and it was later found that that second fetus was still inside her abdomen. So twins, they do have a higher risk of breech birth, which seems to be the case here. The child was coming out feet first. And unfortunately, sometimes when this happens, instead of having the chin tucked down for the birth, the chin goes up. And this means that there's a wider area that needs to pass through that pelvic cavity. And sometimes this is what happens, and the head becomes entrapped within that pelvic cavity. So this might be one of the reasons why the mention of twins in a negative light happens in that quote. On the left side, you can see this is actually an adult individual, but you can see these are the upper arms, the humeri, okay? And you can see the humeral heads, they are deformed. And this deformity has also affected the growth of those bones. So those upper arm bones are shortened. And this is called humeral varus deformity. And this likely would have happened as a result of the midwife or birthing attendant pulling too hard on the arms during birth. And then it becomes a permanent issue. Of course, once a child is born, child care is necessary. And one of the major milestones to independence is weaning. The instructions of Annie said, when you were born after your months, she, your mother, was yet yoked to you, her breast in your mouth for 3 years. Pay attention to your offspring, bring him up as did your mother. This text mentions the weaning of age of 3 years for children in ancient Egypt. And this actually aligns with a large-scale stable isotopic study of human remains in the Decca Oasis by Tasha Duprat and colleagues. And they showed that goat or cow milk was actually introduced to infants at around 6 months of age, and that weaning was generally completed by the 3-year mark. Scott Fairgrave and El Malto, they also hypothesized that weaning onto goat milk may have caused folic acid deficiency-related megaloblastic anemia, which would explain the high rates of cribororbitalia, which is the porosity inside the eye orbit, which you can see on the left, the high rates of this condition in the remains of Roman period children in the Decca Oasis. In addition to these projects relating to weaning and childcare, paleodemographic studies in the Decca Oasis have demonstrated dismal juvenile survival rates and the high risks to women of childbearing age in the ancient past. Wheeler and colleagues also presented a rare archaeological case of prolonged and severe child abuse, which you can see on the right. This child had multiple bone fractures in various stages of healing, meaning that it wasn't a single incident. Of course, these are only some of the issues that relate to childcare practices and don't take into account complicating congenital or developmental conditions that last into adulthood. Oh, it doesn't want to move again. 1 second. So the instructions of Amenemope relates to some of these long-lasting complications, saying, do not laugh at a blind man, nor tease a dwarf, nor cause hardship of the lame. Do not tease a man who is in the hand of God, nor be angry with him for his failings. So it should be mentioned that Lichtheim notes that in the hand of the God may mean someone who is ill or insane. But if we look to the equivalent modern Arabic saying, we might assume that this meant that that person was developmentally delayed. Some people have argued that this statement indicates that people with disabilities were treated well in ancient Egypt. However, as Zakraszewski has pointed out, one might also argue that the fact that this statement needed to be made is an indication that kindness towards differently abled individuals was not a given. Some accounts from the Roman period, such as the late 2nd century letters written by Gemellus Horion of Caranus, show that people could be quite cruel towards differently abled individuals. And he claims that 2 individuals harassed, attacked, abused, and manipulated him. They vandalized his house, stole his property, and cast a spell on him due to the fact that he had a missing eye and blindness in his remaining eye. Although there is little bioarchaeological evidence of deafness or blindness, some congenital diseases, deformities, and developmental disorders are more visible in the archaeological record. And these include, but are not limited to, dwarfism, gigantism, osteogenesis imperfecta, scoliosis, spina bifida, and cerebral palsy. An example is this female pictured here, who was 50 years or older, and she was discovered next to and may have actually been buried in a very elaborate sarcophagus in an elite 13th dynasty tomb at Dra Abu Nega. The remains of this woman were found with uneven dental wear and significant osteoarthritic changes on the one temporomandibular joint, which was likely a result of weakness on one side of her body. And she also had a deformity in her left hand with indications that it was a long-term condition. Based on these characteristics, Lush and colleagues have proposed cerebral palsy as the primary diagnosis. Unfortunately, most of this individual's lower limbs were missing, so we can't know if she may have had any trouble with mobility, but depending on the severity of the CP, it may have required little to full-time care. She would have certainly appeared differently from others, and given her apparently elite burial and the fact that 50% of people with CP have intellectual disabilities, she may have been considered to be one of those who were close to the gods, or at least it appears that she was not discriminated against in death and was afforded a normal or even privileged burial. But how were impairments without cognitive effects treated by ancient Egyptians? So in the case of dwarfism, the ancient Egyptians left innumerable artistic representations of achondroplastic dwarfism, mostly of the god Bes, who was a protector during childbirth, and Ptah, the patron god of craftsmen. Individuals with dwarfism may have been considered to have a special relationship to the dwarf gods. And at least in the Old Kingdom, this may account for the apparent prevalence of dwarfs, people with dwarfism employed as nurses, midwives, or craftsmen. People with dwarfism were also employed as personal attendants, overseers of linen, animal tenders, jewelers, dancers, and entertainers. Several individuals in the Old Kingdom have also been identified as elites who were not necessarily associated with these fields. So it seems that individuals with dwarfism were not necessarily economically disadvantaged and may have enjoyed certain advantages due to their connection to these gods. But they may have also been forced into specific roles in society that they might not have otherwise occupied. This is not to say that all individuals with dwarfism were treated well. Treatment may have differed greatly through time and space, and according to socioeconomic status. We have to remember Pharaoh Pepi II's letter to Harkuf, in which he expresses his excitement about the capture or acquisition of a person with dwarfism for his entertainment, who was originally listed along with material acquisitions from abroad. Given this uncertainty about the status of individuals with dwarfism throughout the history of ancient Egypt, bioarchaeological studies are an important way in which we can assess the social status of individuals with dwarfism in the past. And here you can see on the left an individual with hypopituitary dwarfism, which is a proportional type of dwarfism that I published with El Malto. And on the right is an individual with achondroplastic dwarfism, which is the type of dwarfism that is most commonly recognized in the bioarchaeological record. And to date, the remains of several individuals with dwarfism have been recovered in Egypt, and all have been granted respectful burials, though further comparative analysis of these individuals could provide more information about the treatment of these people and how this may have changed over time and space. Of course, regardless of whether one was born with a congenital disorder, everyone is vulnerable to disease during their lifetime. So this begs the question, how are people with acquired diseases treated? So leprosy, which is also known as Hansen's disease now, is perhaps the most stigmatized diseases in the world. And I'll use the word leprosy here because early accounts of leprosy, so-called leprosy, was likely applied to multiple conditions affecting the skin and were not necessarily related to Hansen's disease as we know it today. Perhaps the first preserved mention of leprosy occurs in the Ebers Papyrus, which likely dates back to the 16th century BCE. And it provides a practical treatment made up of onions, sea salt, and urine to apply to skin lesions. And there's no indication that there was any associated stigma or need for magical intervention. A much later text written by Manetho in 300 BCE, however, may indicate that leprosy was stigmatized, as he claims that those affected were banished from Egypt. However, this text is very controversial, and it may have been more of a way of slandering the Jewish population, who he seemingly associated with both leprosy and pollution. Despite Manetho's text and the long recent history of stigma associated with leprosy, the human remains in ancient Egypt may tell a slightly different story. So, for example, several individuals with Hansen's disease have been recovered from sites in the Decca Oasis from around the same time period as Manetho's writings. Some have suggested that these individuals were indeed banished to the oasis. However, their burials are integrated normally with the burial population in the cemetery. And in some cases, the individuals were found in close proximity to monumental tombs for local governors. Stable isotopic studies have shown that more than half of the individuals with Hansen's disease in Kellis had migrated from the Nile Valley. However, it's been suggested that these individuals would have had to have been wealthy enough to relocate independently, and or they would have been living with family in the oases, which may be more likely given the need for care in later stages of Hansen's disease. Amanda Groff also hypothesized that it's likely that individuals with leprosy were attracted to the oases for the therapeutic properties of the warm water springs. These springs, they had natural deposits of a material called alum, which is an astringent with desiccating properties that likely actually helped soothe and heal these skin lesions. Based on this information, this idea that people with leprosy were universally stigmatized and banished to the Western Desert or even outside of Egypt is being reconsidered. And it's more likely that perspectives towards leprosy and Hansen's disease were more nuanced. Although there are a number of acquired diseases that manifest osteologically, not all diseases are identifiable from visual analysis of human remains. Thankfully, archaeogenetic and paleoparasitological analyses can help round out our knowledge of the diseases that regularly impacted ancient Egyptians. For example, schistosomiasis, head lice, and malaria have been identified through these methods. And this can help us tease apart the conditions mentioned in the medical papyri, while also giving us additional insights into the lived experiences of ancient Egyptians. Now, of course, one of the biggest risks for infection is traumatic injury resulting in open wounds. Although they did not understand the mechanisms for this risk, the ancient Egyptians may have been acknowledging this risk for complications in the magical incantation, repelled is the enemy that is in the wound, cast it out is the evil that is in the blood. And so this brings us to trauma. I'm currently wrapping up a project that's focused on trauma at the Fagel Gamoos Cemetery in Sela in Egypt's Fayum Oasis. This is a Roman to Byzantine period cemetery that's associated with nearby Middle Kingdom rock-cut tombs and the remains of a 4th dynasty pyramid built by Senefru. This site is also where some of the famed Fayum mummy portraits were found. Prior to my arrival, it was written that 24% of the adults examined died violently from sharp force trauma, and most were from the 3rd to 4th centuries. And so they hypothesized that these individuals had been victims of Christian persecution, perhaps during the Coptic Christian Age of Martyrs. However, there had not yet been a formal trauma study, so I decided I would make this the focus of my work there. I still need to do the final analysis for this study, but generally I have found that there is a significant evidence of trauma, particularly healed blunt force trauma affecting the cranium. However, there seems to be much less sharp force trauma than was originally reported. Unfortunately, since the skeletal collection is incomplete and it's certainly affected by selection bias during the collection of these elements, we cannot be certain of the true prevalence of the traumatic injury or the sharp force trauma. Some individuals had multiple perimortem sharp force trauma injuries, though, which definitely suggests intentional violence rather than accidental injury. The examined trauma doesn't show the consistency that might be expected in state-sponsored execution or ritual killing, though. And the individuals with traumatic injuries were buried respectfully and were not separated from the rest of the cemetery, nor were their burials deviant in any manner. Also, although this site does contain some burials with Christian artifacts or symbolism on textiles, so far I have found none of the individuals with traumatic injury were associated with indicators of Christianity. And perhaps most significantly, the majority of the individuals with evidence of trauma fall into young and middle adult male demographic groups. And historical documents show that the Fayoum was populated by soldiers and Greek mercenaries who were granted land for their services. So although it's certainly possible that some of the individuals interred at Fagel Gamoos were victims of Christian persecution, it is unlikely that all of the trauma seen at this site is related to Christian martyrdom and more likely associated with mercenary work. Here I have on the left 2 examples of trauma from the Fagel Gamoos Cemetery. These individuals remarkably survived severe sharp force cranial trauma and almost certainly required care to do so. Unfortunately, we can't ascertain the level or the length of time this care took, though, since we can't really know if the individual suffered prolonged neurological symptoms. Given the severity of the wounds, it's probable that a medical professional was consulted who may have used the Edwin Smith papyrus prescriptions for open wounds on the head, in which a physician would say, "One who has an oozing wound from a gash in his head that has penetrated the bone. His cranium is split. He bleeds from both the nostrils and the ears. He suffers stiffness in his neck. This is a medical condition with which I shall contend. Because you find that man with a split fracture in his cranium, you must not bandage it. Put him on the ground upon his resting place until the time of the suffering passes. It means his treatment is sitting upright. Make for him 2 supports of bricks to maintain his upright position until you know that he has passed the crisis. Then you should put oil on his head and massage his neck area and shoulders." On the right, you can see also there's a case of a healed fractures in a humerus, which again is the upper arm bones, and a clavicle, which is the collarbone. Given that the clavicle was not properly aligned, this individual may not have sought professional help because there is indeed prescription in the Edwin Smith surgical papyrus relating to this. It says, "Thou shouldst place him prostrate on his back with something folded between his 2 shoulder blades. Thou shouldst spread out with his 2 shoulders in order to stretch apart his collarbone until that break falls into its place." And interestingly, this method for realigning clavicular fractures is still used today. And it's possible that such a fracture could not be effectively reset or that it popped out of position again after setting it, but it's also possible that this individual just did not seek professional care at all or that it was not available to them. You can also see a humerus broken in 2 places. The prescription for this would not have involved resetting the bone. It just involved using a splint to allow it to heal. So we can't know for sure if they had consulted a medical practitioner or not. Of course, trauma goes hand in hand with surgery. As we can see from this quote in the Edwin Smith papyrus, "Thou shouldst palpate his wound and draw together for him his gash with stitching." So we next consider surgery and prosthesis. Ancient Egyptians were remarkable for their early use of surgery and prosthesis, and although we have learned so much from surgical papyri and the depiction of surgical instruments, the observation of surgical evidence in human remains helps to form a more detailed understanding of surgical techniques and their relative success. So on the left, there's a picture of an arm whose distal end was successfully amputated just below the elbow. In the center, we have a photo of a healed cranial trephination, which is essentially boring a hole into the skull, often used to relieve pressure. Both of these surgeries carried a very high risk of infection. And the fact that these individuals survived long enough for their wounds to heal is a testament to the good care that these individuals received. In some cases of amputation, trauma, or disease, individuals may have required or desired prosthetic devices. Prosthetics are usually crafted by someone other than the affected individual and can, of course, constitute as a form of healthcare. Of course, caution must be taken to try and distinguish between prosthetics that were used during life and those that are more commonly placed after death. However, there are 2 cases of prosthetic big toes that show evidence of use during life. And the one shown here on the right was expertly crafted for a woman after her toe was amputated. We don't know whether that was intentionally or not. This is no small feat, no pun intended, given the difficulty of properly designing and fitting functional moving prosthetics. But what if you want to avoid all these troubles and medical interventions? Well, ancient Egyptians also had their own forms of preventative medicine. We know from a variety of sources, including human remains, that the Egyptians had several beneficial hygienic practices, such as shaving, bathing, washing laundry, and the use of wax head combs that might have prevented some parasitic diseases. They also physically protected their body with the use of garments that covered sensitive areas, and sometimes wore sandals that would protect their feet. Additionally, we know that the use of kohl eyeliner may have prevented some eye infections and reduced eye strain resulting from the glare of the sun. In many, if not all of these cases, the Egyptians would have recognized the health benefits of these practices. However, bioarchaeological research has revealed an additional form of preventative medicine used in at least some Egyptian populations that the Egyptians were likely not even aware that they were doing. So this is the ingestion of tetracycline, which is an antibiotic used to treat infections today. So studies in the Deccan Oasis have revealed that the bones and teeth of the ancient people had intermittent fluorochrome labeling, resulting from the periodic ingestion of this antibiotic. Cook and colleagues have proposed that this tetracycline was produced by a bacteria, Streptomycetes, that occupied the bottom of grain stores. Consequently, the ingestion of this antibiotic would only happen periodically when the grains at the bottom of the stores were being consumed. And it's difficult to know for sure, but the amounts of tetracycline ingested may have had a therapeutic effect on the population. And so some of the staple foods, such as beer and bread, may have actually been medicinal, at least periodically. In addition to these more practical methods of preventing disease, ancient Egyptians also turned to apotropaic magic and symbols, including the use of amulets that promoted fertility or protected the individual from a variety of things, including malevolent forces, snake bites, illness, or death during childbirth. Tattoos have been predominantly observed in females and often include apotropaic symbols and or are linked to Bes, Taweret, and Hathor. Because of these trends, Jeffrey Tassi suggested that tattoos may have been used like amulets to aid fertility and to protect against death during childbirth. Anne Austin adds that tattoos may have also been linked to a profession relating to magic and healthcare. With the help of this preventative self-care, many Egyptians made it to old age, which of course presented its own perils and requirements for care. Consequently, the instructions of Annie recommend to double the food your mother gave you, support her as she supported you. For example, like today, many ancient Egyptians were affected by osteoarthritis, which can be painful, and in some cases, the affected individual may have required assistance or even the use of a mobility aid like a walking stick. A variety of age-related spinal conditions that can be observed in the archaeological record could also contribute to pain and mobility challenges. Osteoarthritis, intervertebral disc disease, and ankylosis are shown in the images on the left. The image on the right shows an articulated femur and pelvis from the Fadl Cemetery. Post-mortem breakage of the bone revealed inside that the bone was osteoporotic, and this means that it was more susceptible to fracture, which is what happened here. The femoral neck fractured, and it consequently became deformed and osteoarthritic, affecting also the pelvis. At the time of the injury, this individual would have experienced pain, and they would have been unable to walk. And this type of injury is often found in the elderly, and it's actually very dangerous because it can lead to excessive internal bleeding, infection, and/or death. This individual, of course, would have required a significant amount of care during their recovery and likely continued to suffer from pain and mobility issues for the rest of their life. Interestingly, concern for health did not stop in old age. It extended to the afterlife through the preservation of the body through mummification. For example, efforts were put into the restoration of the body for the afterlife, such as the inclusion of post-mortem prosthetics. Rituals were also performed to ensure the functionality of body parts in the afterlife, as we discussed before with the opening of the mouth ceremony. Food and drinks were also provided to ensure good nutrition in the afterlife. On top of all these precautions and more, ultimately the goal was for the deceased to reach the field of reeds, which was a paradise mirroring the life on earth, but it was described as having no illness or suffering. There's a quote that says, "Health is not just a blessing, it's the foundation of everything else." And I firmly believe that this is true not only on a personal level, but also within ancient studies. Not only do health, disease, and medicine have an impact on history and society, but society also shapes them in return. Sociocultural, economic, religious, technological, and political factors all play into how we come to understand our health and disease and death. Consequently, by gaining a better understanding of health, disease, and medicine in a population, you can gain a better understanding of that society as a whole. And as I've shown, a multidisciplinary approach affords researchers the best opportunity to gain a more holistic perspective. I aim to apply these principles to the Ptah Project, which is a joint Egyptian-Canadian mission currently led by myself and Dr. Abdulghaffar Wagdi. This project aims to excavate, conserve, and study the Camp 23 tomb in the Tombs of the Nobles area in Egypt's famed Theban necropolis. This project began in 2023, and it has already revealed some fascinating discoveries. There we go. Upon entering, we found several statues in need of repair. Some of these have ties to concepts of rebirth and revival, and also healing. And in the doorway, we discovered the name and the title of the tomb owner, Amenmos, or Amenmes, mayor of Thebes. We know from other objects from different sites, someone with the same title who also had titles of counselor to King Ramses IV, God's father of Amun, taxmaster, and chief of the quarry service for a historically significant quarrying expedition. All of these titles are notable, especially because the decline of the New Kingdom has been attributed in part to the increasing power of Theban officials like Amenmos, which destabilized power in Egypt. We've also found evidence of multiple periods of reuse in the tomb, including a variety of objects, including amulets and many shabtis, most of which were fragmentary, that belonged to at least 5 individuals, probably dating to the 3rd Intermediate period. As the excavation proceeds, we're also finding the remains of multiple individuals in various states of preservation, both inside and outside of the tomb. And with this wealth of material culture and human remains, we plan to combine bioarchaeological, archaeological, and Egyptological methods to provide new insights into the lives and deaths of ancient Egyptians in Thebes during the decline of the New Kingdom, as well as during subsequent periods of foreign occupation, socio-political and economic transitions, and religious changes. Given the current state of funding for the social sciences and humanities as acknowledged by SASA, we are fundraising for this project. So if you want to support the project, you can donate through the Society for the Study of Egyptian Antiquities, who can provide a Canadian tax receipt. If you prefer to donate US dollars, you can email me and I can arrange for Simon Fraser University to provide an American tax receipt in exchange for your donation. That's the end of my talk. I just wanted to thank again the leaders of SASA, both for their devotion to securing the future of ancient studies in these very trying times, and for inviting me to speak with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Casey. That was an amazing talk, and it really was such a wealth of information. The chat has been quite lively, and we do, of course, at SASA love your work. Happy to have you back as much as possible.
Thank you.
And we're very glad to partner as much as we can with the PTA project and all of your endeavors on that direction.
Thank you so much.
We do have some time set aside for questions, and there are a few in chat, but please, if you have more, go ahead and ask. So I'll get started with some that were from while you were talking. So Ben Mahomet asks, on cesarean sections, well, I don't know if you'll have the offhand answer to where they were first used in the ancient world, apart from the nominal Caesar, but were they known within Egyptian midwifery, do you know? Since we do have those bioarchaeological remains of some interesting birth scenarios.
I haven't come across anything like that. I think that would have been a very, very risky endeavor. I think also there wasn't, like, although ancient Egyptians had a fairly sophisticated knowledge of anatomy compared to some other societies, because they had experience, with mummification and, kind of being able to look around inside, and compare to animal anatomy through butchery and whatnot. I don't know if they necessarily had the greatest grasp of the uterus necessarily. And I would say it would have been most likely a death sentence if someone tried to attempt that at the time. So I don't think that happens in ancient Egypt. But I mean, someone can always prove me wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I was kind of curious as a follow-up, that papyrus mentioned Horus birth. What exactly were they referring to there? Do we know?
Yeah, so, well, it's uncertain, but some have hypothesized that it was a premature birth, and they came up with this hypothesis because they compared it to one of the myths in which Horus was prematurely born. So that's basically all we really know about that. That's our best guess at that.
So Charlotte Rose asks, could Manetho's discussion of leprosy indicate later Hellenic views on leprosy, in contrast to earlier Egyptian perspectives?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Could Manetho's discussion of leprosy indicate later Hellenistic views of leprosy rather than earlier Egyptian perspectives?
It could. I'm not really familiar with the Hellenic perceptions. Certainly that's possible. I mean, we all have our biases, right? So, yeah.
Tony Usabelli asks if you can, like you were starting to with the Herodotus quotation there, can you speak to ancient Greek views on Egyptian medicine much?
Not really.
Yeah.
No. Sorry.
So I will say that, from my experience, just to put this in there, Greek doctors do tend to, like, we have a lot of referent back to Egyptian methods, and traveling to Egypt for studying, for a lot of not just Greek doctors, but Greek knowledge in general is a very sort of a common idea that Egypt was sort of a predecessor in terms of science and craft in a lot of ways. It doesn't always come to the fore because the Greeks do like to think of themselves as the center of the world. But I would guess that a lot of Greek medicine did originate with knowledge of Egyptian medicines. So scrolling down to some more questions. Is the PTA project accepting students to work in the field?
So we're actually recruiting for volunteers right now. Whether it's students or not is uncertain. Egypt has some rules. You have to have a certain amount of experience, and I'm already having a lot of applications, so it will be quite competitive. So yeah, that's the state of that.
There's a question here from Delorian on the cranial injury recommendation you mentioned. Do we know if this is sort of similar to modern recommendations of how to deal with a traumatic head injury?
I'm not sure if it's, I mean, I don't think it would be a bad idea to keep them sitting upright, to be honest. I know, with traumatic cranial injuries, they do have sometimes, it is known sometimes there will be cerebrospinal fluid coming out of the nose. So that is accurate. Yeah, I'm not certain, to be honest.
Yeah.
It does make sense to keep the head above the heart to minimize the bleeding. So yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. From my very limited knowledge, it makes at least baseline sense.
Yeah.
So Augusto Gayubas asks, is there evidence of treatment of oncological diseases in ancient Egypt?
Yeah, so okay, in the medical papyri, there is a disease called the disease. And essentially there's a few different conditions that people have said, oh, maybe this is a tumor, maybe this is cancer, but it's very difficult to say for sure because they're generally described as either like an eating away or as a swelling, and these can be a lot of different things. I think the in particular, though, the prognosis is very grim, and it's essentially just say your prayers. Recently, a team, I think it was Cambridge University, they came across a skull in the Duckworth collection, and this individual had metastatic carcinoma, and so like destructive lesions were found like all over the skull. And near these lesions, there were, it looks like perimortem scratches. And so perimortem, of course, it's around the time of death. So we don't know necessarily if this was done in an attempt to treat it or if it was done to try and investigate shortly after the death while the bone was still kind of, not desiccated yet. But there is that potential that they were trying to conduct some kind of surgery in that case. But as far as I know, that's the only case in which there is any possible evidence of surgical intervention with cancer, at least in the physical of the human remains.
So another question on the dwarfism. Do you happen to know what the sort of normal height range for Egyptians at the time was? At the time where we're seeing these varied people with dwarfism having some amount of status that you're talking about.
So I don't know off the top of my head. I think they were shorter than us in general, but what you do when you're trying to determine whether someone has pathologically short stature is basically you look at the stature of everyone in the population, and specifically like you divide them by sex and figure out the averages, right? And so in this paper that I wrote with El Malto, we found out actually that the standards that were originally proposed for determining pathologically short stature were incorrect. So at the time, it was believed that the person had to have at least 3 standard deviations from the average to be determined as identified as someone with pathologically short stature. But this was actually based on clinical understandings and clinical diagnostics. And actually, it's meant to be 3 standard deviations in growth changes, which of course we can't see in the archaeological record, right? We're looking at just like a picture, like a moment in time. So we ended up having to say, okay, this is not correct. And actually it should be more like 2 standard deviations. And so this is how we determine this. In achondroplastic dwarfism, there are other indicators of like morphological changes that can indicate, this is someone who was affected by dwarfism, but it's particularly difficult in like pituitary dwarfism or any other kind of proportional dwarfism, because it's just, is this person just short, or is this, a clinically, significant condition?
Jasmine asks, who had access to physicians? How widespread was the knowledge from the papyri?
So I think this is like a little bit debatable. A lot of people, I think, like to think that it was very like accessible to everyone. But like I said, with those healing statues, that's a form of medicine, and it just wasn't accessible to those who couldn't afford to do something like that, right? Of course, Herodotus says there's doctors everywhere, everyone's a doctor, but this isn't really true. So there are, of course, going to be limitations to how many people a physician can see in a day. And, I don't know if there's a good answer. There's some indications that people who are working for the king, they might be given medical, services, like for example, the pyramid builders. So maybe it was fairly equal. I don't know if we have really the data to say anything with complete certainty, though.
So I have another question. It's a bit of a silly one, but I'm fascinated by this sort of hierarchy of medical doctors. And I think I'm not the only one to be a little bit tickled by the shepherd of the anus. So what other interesting specialties or very odd names do you come across in looking at this medical hierarchy?
That's the best one, I think, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, that's the best one. What can top that, really?
Really, it is quite special.
Yeah.
Quite lovely. So John asks, I wonder how many modern medicines owe their origins to pharaonic Egypt and the pharmacology that we inherited from them. I know we talked a little bit earlier in Tanya's presentation about paleobotany and the recreation of Egyptian medicines. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more on that line.
Well, I mean, I think like modern Western medicine in general, like it's often attributed to like ancient Greek medicine, but as you mentioned, ancient Greek medicine was highly influenced by Egyptian medicine. So I think, a lot of what we have today is kind of built upon ancient Egyptian medicine way, way back, right? I think maybe nowadays there are perhaps people who are interested in natural remedies, and sometimes they look to these papyri and give these things a try. Some of them I would not recommend. But there
Is
are
the what was it, urine and onion juice?
Yeah. Yeah. And using crocodile dung as a contraceptive.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier too.
Yeah,
oh gosh.
Putting feces into open wounds, not a good idea.
No.
Some of the things that they did were there was something to them, like I mentioned with the replacement of the clavicle, also dislocated jaw. They use the same process as now to relocate the jaw. They were using honey, which has some antibiotic properties. Yeah, so there's bits and pieces there, but I wouldn't embrace it wholeheartedly.
So we have a question. Do we know what specialties women had access to as medical professionals?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't looked into that, and I'm not sure. Maybe there's a study out there that kind of looks into the different titles that women were afforded. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Because definitely, like if we look over to Greece, definitely women were for a long time and in a lot of places, although not always, fairly well restricted to treating other women, and particularly to midwifery, and other feminine concerns, as it were.
Yeah, and that could be the case because there's the ancient Egyptian version of the medical school was the House of Life, the Per Ankh. And it seems that it was divided into women and men. And so Pesachet, she was like the chief of the women physicians, right? So it seems like it was a separate medical, I don't know, system almost.
Yeah.
So yeah, it could have been very much divided by gender and obstetrics and gynecology.
I would be interested in looking into that. Charlotte says there's some evidence for a midwife title that's not directly mentioned in the medical magical texts themselves. So it might even be like a subset within that system, especially given how hierarchical and specially titled things were. I wonder if there's more to that.
Yeah.
So you talked a little bit about parasite prevention. Is there any evidence they knew to boil water to keep away worms or waterborne infection?
I'm not sure about that, but I know that they probably, drank beer more because it was safer,
Yeah. Fermentation.
Yeah,
all
beer,
across
wine,
the ancient world is often
to
prevent waterborne diseases.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, well the chat is still going, but we are at 4:45 almost, so I do want to give you some time to rest. Thank you so much for your patience and for your wonderful contribution.
Oh, thank you.
This has been an absolutely fabulous talk. Everybody, please thank Casey for her time and her wonderful projects. I did put a link to the PTA project in chat. I'll put it again, just in case.
Thank you.
And yeah, we love to see it. Thank you so much, Casey.
Thank you.
Bye. That does conclude our first day of the SASA conference. Thank you all so much for coming along. We also would like to give a great thanks to various organizations who've partnered us and sponsored us in the past, as well as those of you who are streaming our content on your platforms. Thank you so much. We could not be where we are without you. And again, I do just want to say to those of you who might have the opportunity, we are a volunteer-run organization. We make we have very little funding to go into these wonderful projects, and it would do a great deal of assistance if you would consider contributing to our SASA donation fund. Oops. Technical difficulties again. So you can make a donation at saveancientstudies.org/donate. You make all the difference in the world supporting our programming. Thank you again to our wonderful host from this morning, Esther Brown, and to our founding director, David Danzig. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we will see you again tomorrow. Same time, same channels. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.